Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the invite. I would like to start in the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Today, our country is soul-searching, and as individuals, we are forever in need of guidance, peace, and protection. Religious faith can be a source of solace and joy, motivating all of us to work for the betterment of ourselves, our families, our communities, and our nations, and the world at large. Religion has also become more polarized in the last 15 years, with extremist groups in many faiths becoming more emboldened. And we cannot let that happen. Our faith motivates all of us to be committed to improve our town, our country, and the world. The Messenger Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, said, the believer is friendly and befriended. For there is no goodness in the one who is neither friendly or befriended. And he said the best of people are those who are the most beneficial to people. The best of people are those who are the most beneficial to people. My friends, we were not created for bigotry and vengeance. We were not created to dominate or oppress one another. God says in the Quran, indeed we created you from a single male and female and made you into nations and tribes so that you may know one another, so that you may get to know one another. We are all pursuing peace, justice, equality that faith demands of us, ready to stand against all the evil that threatens to destroy all the goodness, interfaith harmony, and cohesion that we build together here in Basingstoke. We are united and stand together to support each other against any oppression, in any name, for any cause, from any position, and against any of God's creation. We pray that the voices of racism and xenophobia that seek to divide all of us are drowned out by the voices that say, you will not pit us against one another. And we choose today to live by the hope that God has instilled in us, not by the fears that others manufacture amongst us. And we pray to God, the one God of Noah, Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, and Muhammad, and us all, for one Basingstoke, one Great Britain, and one world. Ameen. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Imam. Members, I hope you all got the amendments and questions update paper in front of you. Before we start, I'd like to just mention that I've decided to switch around item 8 and 9 on the agenda. They will be reversed. There's a reason for this. as there is a budget amendment tabled this evening that, if passed, would also amend the council plan. So we can't have them in the order as originally published, so we've reversed them so we don't end up with an anomalous situation. Agenda item number 1, apologies for absence. Councillor Bound.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Apologies from Councillor Carruthers.
Any other apologies? Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors Freeman and Grant.
Thank you, Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Ashfield.
Councillor Ashfield, thank you. No more. Thank you very much. Any declarations of interest on items on the agenda this evening? Thank you. Minutes of the meeting held on the 15th of December. I will move that the minutes of the meeting be signed as a correct record. Only part of the minutes that can be discussed is their accuracy. I move that. Are you agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Thank you. Announcements. Right. Right. First of all, I have a few here this evening. First, I'd like to announce 3 happy occasions that have occurred that took place since the last council meeting. Councillor Hannah Golding, good evening, has given birth to a baby girl of Eleanor. Councillor Carruthers has given birth to a baby boy, Sebastian. Last but not least, the leader, Councillor Minas Bound, has been married in January. And secondly, on so first of these announcements, at Councillor Slimmon's request, I wish to adjust the issues in item 15, question 2 on the agenda as it relates to procedural matters. I wish to bring attention to the attention of all members that the sound system and acoustics of the council chamber were carefully examined when the new system that included electronic voting was installed some 7 years ago. The microphone system and cameras were sensitized to be sensitive enough to cater for the speaker when standing to be detected and amplified so it reached everyone in the council chamber. As a reminder, there is a loop capability installed for use within the chamber for those using hearing aids. This is currently being examined to improve the quality. If any individual member is still experiencing difficulties, please contact the Democratic Services team. Once again, I will remind members that whenever there is an individual invited by the mayor to speak in the chamber, there is to be silence in respect of the speaker and to those present who may have difficulty in hearing. The other point of the question in relation to providing written responses by cabinet members before the meeting is not a matter to be addressed at full council. The monitoring officer has agreed to take the matter forward to the constitutional working group for discussion. Finally, and this has got nothing to do with the previous parts of the announcements, I'd like to remind you all that tomorrow we should remember it's the first anniversary of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, and our thoughts should be with the people of that country for their struggle for survival. Right, there are no more announcements. Moving on to, there were no, agenda item number 5, there are no questions received from members of the public up to the deadline, and there were no petitions received. Agenda item number 7, resignations and appointments. I'll take Part A, resignations from committees to make any necessary reappointments. Are there any adjustments? There are none. To receive resignations from outside bodies and to make any reappointments. And secondly, to fill any existing vacancies. Councillors Minas Bound.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to remove Councillor Carruthers because she'd like to resign from Tadley CAB, if I may, and would put forward Councillor Rattigan.
Okay. You made a note of that. Yeah. Thank you. Any other adjustments to the outside bodies? Thank you. Right, we now move on to agenda item 9, which is the reverse of taking 8 and 9 in different order. So we come to agenda item number 9 will be Councillor Mesbound. Are you introducing the? Yes, for the group leaders, would you make your speech now?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And as you remind us, it's been quite a year, hasn't it? So I will talk to both the content of the budget papers, but also, of course, will refer to the council plan item. They, of course, do go hand in hand. You quite rightly remind us of the one-year anniversary of that devastating invasion of Ukraine by Russian troops that we will remember tomorrow. That, of course, has had ramifications for every resident, let alone the residents who are currently sponsoring and hosting Ukrainians in their home. And I just wanted to take a moment. Many of you know I have a guest in my home, and she celebrated her 21st birthday away from home on Sunday. And I just wanted to share what appears on my phone and her phone on a daily basis, which is not only her country people's thanks for everything that we've done as a United Kingdom, but it's also a request for more help. Nearly every day I get 1 or 2 texts from people who know my number from where it's published all over the Ukraine to say they need more people to host. We also have hosts who have, for whatever circumstances, been unable to continue their hosting. So we are also rematching, as a local authority, those people who need new sponsors. So I think I would just put that plea out there. It has been a year. And we have also seen the horrific scenes of that have been happening in Turkey and Syria that will also impact our residents. But just offering that support, and we have been overwhelmed by that support with our residents. We are currently hosting 180 households from Ukraine in this borough. We have rehomed another 15. We have worked really hard with our partners, and I'm sure we will talk a lot about the cost of living tonight, and that does have an impact on all of our residents, but there are also varying degrees of impact, aren't there? And we have quite a lot of residents where that impact is much closer to home and much more traumatic. So if we think about what do we have in front of us as far as the council plan and the budget papers, a lot of it does hit our pockets and our residents' pockets. So it comes as no surprise that when, as a new leader, I was appointed on the 28th of February last year, when we've been building a new council plan, a new budget, it's been important that we focus as a council what our residents would want from us, and that is our help. Our help to help them enjoy living here in the borough, our help to help them protect what they love about living here, and our help to help them provide, for us to provide consistently good quality services that they can rely on. Together, the council plan and budget set out both what we will prioritise, but also how we will achieve it. This plan and budget also helps residents with the pressures of the cost of living by freezing our element of the council tax, freezing car parking charges, and not increasing the fees for garden waste services. We can do all of this whilst remaining debt-free and balancing the budget for the next 2 years. It also helps with assistance for food and energy costs for those on the lowest of incomes and most in need of our support. It helps with grants for the voluntary sector, community groups. It helps with vulnerable arts organisations that are essential to the borough. We've created our first cultural compact, and it's been set up with an additional level of funding, which equates to 300,000 for the next 2 years, to support those important cultural organisations and activities. The plan and budget help to protect the environment, and more importantly, help others to do what they can do to help too. We have a new green team, which will be out and about working with residents to help them do what they can to reduce their impact on the planet and save money at the same time. We will start the biggest conversation this borough has ever had about new recycling services and how we can all act responsibly around the waste that we create and what happens to it. Investment and expansion of the Ranger team will help assist the objectives around our rich ecology of the borough and help those voluntary groups and residents who want to do their best to do the same. The plan also gives a clear commitment to working with key players to protect our unique chalk streams. And I think we should remember that they are unique. We can do all of the things that are articulated in the council plan whilst not increasing our council tax. So we have also planned to invest in key areas that will make a visible difference to residents. In addition to investing in increasing pressing priorities like the environment, we're also investing in frontline services to ensure that they are improved, with investment in the planning and development team, environmental health team, and in the grounds maintenance team. And planning's key, isn't it? Many of our district colleagues, it's really one of the few things that they can afford to do, and we can afford to do much more. But it's really important when it comes to planning that we acknowledge, which we have done in this chamber, whether it be for full council or whether it be for EPH, that actually the growth this borough has experienced has had a significant demand on our public services. That burgeoning growth has been going on for over the last 50 years. These public services have shown those growing pains. And we've seen that even in this week's Basingstoke Gazette. So it's really important that we can now start putting into practice some of those changes that have been long promised when it comes to creating a new local plan, that we can plan for that consultation process to make sure what has been discussed in this chamber is exactly what our residents want us to do, so that we can develop the number of houses and homes that we need to create that does recognise our local need, and that the national planning rules are being changed to give us that freedom. I just hope ministers are as good as their word. And that word is advisory. We love that word in this council, but it's certainly important that we go and challenge it so that we can work out what our local need is. We should not forget that that local need includes the need for truly affordable homes. Growth in the past has unusually for this borough been significant and has brought positive as well as negative things to our pleasant borough. And we must make sure that we don't tip that into mainly negative issues. So we are working hard to deliver the new hospital. We are working hard to deliver a significant university presence in Basingstoke town. And we are working hard to attract a regional attraction, bringing both leisure and economic benefits to our borough. So we have a delivery plan that directly invests and a budget that shows that we can afford it, and directly invest in a new aquadrome, directly invest in free activities at the leisure park and improving the areas that everyone else uses at the leisure park, no matter why they go there, at a time when many councils are struggling to maintain core services. Our strong financial position allows us to reduce the pressure on residents and invest in priority areas at the same time. I am immensely grateful for the cross-party support for the overwhelming majority of the budget and the council plan. And I would also like to thank all those who participated in the plan's creation. It is a plan that has involved residents. It is a plan that in its creation has involved valued partners. And it's a plan that has also involved businesses who deliver and partner with much of what's in there with us to be delivered. I am therefore proud to recommend this council plan and budget to the Chamber, Mr. Mayor, and look forward to supporting many of the commonly agreed amendments that I'm sure we will hear more about this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I begin by echoing the leader's words on Ukraine and the many people who are here in our borough who have families still in Ukraine. And I think that's an important reflection that while they are safe here and we are providing safe harbour for them, what they've left behind and the families they've left behind are very much not safe and are in danger. And that reflection of what that means to them and the impact on them is incredibly important to consider. I think the world is a truly dangerous place at the moment, and I think we might reflect all on the Imam's words this evening that were well made in that regard. And the truth is, isn't it, at the end of the day, and I do believe this, and it was said by a very important Member of Parliament who lost her life, the truth is we all have more in common than divides us. That is such a powerful statement, particularly when we talk about Ukraine, and I think they're words to value. I will say from the start, talking about the budget and the council plan, that it is not our budget and it is not our council plan. And we do have and would have differing priorities, driven from a differing perspective. It's not that you are wrong and we are right. There are good ideas on all sides of this chamber. The difference is the kind of politics that unlocks that potential. The council plan and the budget need to be far more ambitious for our residents. This council needs to focus on the services we provide, people's needs and their aspirations. Simply vesting power in the hands, inside the hands of a group, one group, does not reflect the people's desire for change or fulfil their aspirations. We should be humbled to be elected by the people of our borough. Their faith in us needs to be restored by the actions we take and the way we conduct our politics. It's about the opportunity to serve, to offer a vision, combined of ideas and talent from across the community, not simply from inside this chamber. The best value of leadership is to galvanise, to see the extraordinary potential of people and to hold that as a value that drives you. I believe that the very best of our borough is yet to come. People want good paying jobs, they want to live in homes they can afford, send their children to good local schools, have much better local doctors' surgeries run by the NHS, which should be properly funded and supported. The quality in places in which people live matters. The need we have to breathe clean air, enjoy our local environment matters. We have in our hands the power to shape that future if we truly hold to the value of seizing the opportunity to serve. Levelling up, the in vogue phrase, is essential in Basingstoke and Dean. Whether we call it regeneration or social justice, we must hear that voice calling for more from us. So many people cannot afford their mortgages or rent anymore. Their jobs are not paying enough for them to cope. People are relying on food parcels. There are queues at our food banks and they have grown. People are choosing between heating and eating. It is real, it is in our borough, it is a genuine need. The unjustified inflation-busting energy prices are crippling so many people. And yet, those same companies who are making billions in windfall profits do little to help our transformation from carbon-polluting fossil fuels or help people with programmes of insulation or new technology to reduce their costs. There is so much more that could be done to help people. It's like the water companies polluting our rivers. The new government legislation sets a target of 80% reduction in phosphates in our rivers by 2038. That's just too far off. It's flushing this crisis in our rivers downstream. And meanwhile, those same water companies who are making millions in profits are not investing in the infrastructure we need. And the government are letting them carry on dumping sewage in our chalk streams for the next 15 years. Let's be honest. People are feeling badly let down by national politics. After the revolving door of governments and ministers, you can hardly blame them for losing faith with politics. Democracy as we know it is being challenged everywhere you look, even in local government. We as elected representatives have such a responsibility to step up and be counted to restore that faith. The government has created a whole new unelected state which controls crucial aspects of our community life. And the communities themselves have no say, no influence, no control over these decisions. They lack control over planning. It's just one example of this top-down culture. This is a government that cares less about democracy than about power, that cares less about people than political dogma and infighting, that cares less about fairness and justice than about defending their own interests and the interests of their own benefactors. No wonder people feel disillusioned with politics. No wonder they feel dismayed and disappointed. No wonder they feel disgusted with the government. That is what undermines people's faith in politics, and it washes ashore in local government. Because here in local government, people also feel rightly angry at a council leadership that has failed consistently on every major project it's been responsible for. The fact that Manydown has not been delivered is having a huge impact. The annual monitoring report tells us that only 1,210 homes are predicted to be built on Manydown up to 2029. That is a shocking failure. And the council plan doesn't even mention Manydown. It's been airbrushed out. The High Court judge told the council to develop Manydown, all of it. We held the transfer of council housing stock referendum in the early 90s, and people were promised that Manydown would deliver new council housing. They voted by the narrowest of margins to tell their council homes to housing associations on the conservative promise of new council homes being delivered with the money. Manydown was bought for the express purpose of development, and none of our communities would now have to suffer speculative development if it was being delivered as promised. Every village that feels the pressure of development, every community in our borough that is facing speculative development can point to the Conservatives' games that have been played over Manydown over many years. People need hope more than ever, but they need to see action making that hope come true. Using our resources to make a difference to them and their families. We are a very lucky council. We have sound finances. They have been managed for decades by those who put the people's interests first. Recent investments have led us to question the soundness of the decisions being made with the people's money. There are serious concerns for the return on investment we could see because of this administration's choices. This council may wind up losing money on its investments because of the choices the administration have made. But we are lucky that our finances have remained sound. But that doesn't mean we should hoard the money like we have some modern-day Mr. Micawber, counting all the pounds and shillings and pence. No. We have a duty to put that money to good use, to deliver a plan today that will shape tomorrow. Protect that nest egg, yes, for all the future generations, but also invest now to help that future become a reality. And also address today's problems with vigour and intent. Not a gesture, not some warm words, but a deep and meaningful programme of change in our borough. It is easy to settle back and rest on a sound finance argument saying, well, we can't do that because we just can't risk it. Always finding excuses. That would be coveting power for power's sake. I say we have a bigger duty. We're often told that we are just a borough council. Well, we're far more than that, and we always have been. We have the ability to unlock the potential of the private and public sector. We can galvanise our wider community to work with us collectively in a way that creates the change that people are crying out for. So many people see climate change as a cost that must be borne today for a benefit that they will never see. That time has passed. If we don't change, and quickly, the damage we are doing will visit itself in our lifetimes. It isn't in some distant future anymore. So we have to act now for all our futures. The time has passed for any delay. Offsetting our responsibilities is not the answer. It's a get-out-of-jail card to admit failure. Now, if we are saying that we cannot meet the targets demanded of us, let us have the honesty to say so. If we have wasted the last 3 years, then let us say so. If we've not been going fast enough to effect the change that's needed, again, let us say so. But for goodness sake, let's level with future generations that we've failed them, instead of trying to offset the problem to somebody else. The future is in our hands, quite literally as never before, and I genuinely believe that our children will never forgive us if we leave them the legacy of climate change on the scale that is now predicted. Now, I recognise the steps the Council is wanting to take on housing, on transport, on energy, on changing our way of life. We have got to see more action as well as good words. We need to enable the building of truly affordable homes that meet local people's needs. We want to set up a council-owned housing company to deliver council housing with partners that buy in to our vision of good places to live. We want to deliver zero-carbon homes using modular design and work up products that meet local housing need. We want the council to lead and shape housing development in this borough. We want to tackle the crisis that our families are facing living in flats with a livability code. We wouldn't be housing families in high-rise flats in the first place, but those that are living in those flats now deserve much better standards. We want to see a regeneration programme created, planned for the next 30 years, to begin to address the stock issues that many of our communities are now facing. And that means forming a very active and coordinated partnership with our housing associations, combining capital programmes and giving certainty to people from across our borough. We want a reserve budget set up to allow an annually renewed programme of investment in the physical fabric of our communities. Again, this could involve pooling resources from organisations and land ownerships. We want a plan to insulate more homes across the borough, working with Vivid and Sovereign on a programme of insulation costed and funded for social housing. We want to power our business parks with on-site renewable energy. We want to explore setting up a community energy cooperative that residents and businesses could benefit from. We want a local plan that protects our environment, our rivers, and the AONB, and that tackles climate change proactively, running as a golden thread through all policies. And it should deliver truly affordable, quality designed housing with design codes that developers have to follow. And each major site should have a master plan that sets out infrastructure first and how it will be paid for with clear timetables. A plan that protects our towns and villages from overdevelopment, but puts our communities first by properly planning places through localism. We want to empower localism with local development forums where developers are held accountable. We want our green spaces protected and enhanced to encourage all to have access. We would not charge people to park to enjoy our public open spaces. We want to adopt and adapt best practice to deliver the best policies on both the ecological and climate emergency. We want to launch a biodiversity audit of our borough and follow it with action plans for the natural world, supported by a panel of local experts. We want to roll out a programme of rewilding, supporting our local farmers to turn unused agricultural land into habitat, supporting our communities to identify rewilding opportunities in their area. We want to introduce a supermarket partnership where plastics that County Council won't recycle get recycled. We want to see better recycling, as the leader has already alluded to, better recycling options for everyone. And from what we do for our small business community, to drive our economy on skills and opportunity, to listening to the voice of business when they tell us they are struggling and need our help, we need to be the champion of innovation, pushing a new science park for Basingstoke and Dean. We stand for investment, long-term investment in the productive capacity of our local economy, investment in the people and their skills, investment in technology and innovation, investment in our communities and in the infrastructure that underpins our borough's prosperity. Our strategy, one that looks to the future, is a strategy that embraces changes taking place in the world of work. A strategy for a modern labour force and a modern business environment. It's a strategy that has to put the skills and talents of all of our people at the heart of an economic programme for the whole of the borough. From desiring a world-class leisure park to delivering our aspiration working in partnership with providers and new ones, we should want the very best for our borough from our leisure park. And as for the town centre, a strategy of renewing retail and leisure in the town centre, creating public space, empowering community uses, linking it to Basingview and the leisure park so it isn't done in isolation. We want no cramming of flats, no development over 4 stories high. We want a design code of quality agreed. We want to think about the London Square concept, where you green a town centre and give identity through innovative design that blends our leisure, retail and community uses with real quality architecture, something our town centre is crying out for. These are just a few of the ideas and policies that we have and would want to see. You will all have others, and it's how we can work together and finding the common ground, and we can realise the desire we all have to transform our town and borough. All right, we don't agree with the council plan and the budget as it's currently shaped or written, but we do believe we can do better. As independent councillors, we believe in the common good. The Basingstoke and Dean Council has a responsibility to be better, to meet the needs, ambitions and aspirations of the people of our borough. We believe, by the strength of our common shared values of community, cooperation and localism, we can genuinely unleash the potential of Basingstoke and Dean. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Andrew McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, I think we need to, when we look at what we want to do for the town, have a bold vision taking forward where we are now and where we need to be. Our residents are hurting out there. There's no denying it. We're in the middle of a cost of living crisis. We've also seen the effects of that on our retail community. The town has been in a very bad place for a very long time. It's not been helped by the pandemic. It's not been helped by the war in Ukraine. But as councillors in this chamber, it's incumbent on us to take this town forward, to take this borough forward. And we need a strong vision to get businesses hiring in Basingstoke, fill the top of town with vibrant new business premises, to generate the footfall, to make things happen. And I have to say, many of the aspects of this budget are reminiscent of a tired 17-year-old administration that can't even command a majority at the moment. Take the council tax, for instance. I've seen press releases saying desperately, we've frozen council tax. But of course, we all know that our residents will see their council tax bills go up in April, thanks to a 5% rise in the county component, which is 10 times the size of ours, and big rises in the police and fire components. But don't worry, the borough saved you all 10p a week, even if you're a millionaire. Big deal. People are seeing their bills triple. They can't afford to insulate their homes. They'd be better off if they could. We need to help them do that. We need to get the government to put money behind that. It's in our long-term future. We're seeing climate catastrophe emerging now. We are leaving it very late to save the world. We need targeted help for people, which is why I'm happy to see that there are amendments before us tonight to place another £1 million funding on the cost of living support, taken from the medium to risk reserve. And as the government's price guarantee cap is due to go up to £3,000 from April, this will be needed more than ever. If fuel prices go down later this year, people will still need help with other things that are unaffordable at the moment. So whatever cost of living assistance we provide now needs to be more flexible. We're also falling behind on our commitment to make this a carbon neutral borough. It's not really so much we've set ourselves a Mission Impossible target. It's not down to us to decide when we go carbon neutral. Things are taking their own course. We are seeing the effects of climate on our borough as we are on our country and the wider world. The longer we leave it, the more expensive it will be in terms of insurance payouts for things like flood damage and wind damage. These are things that we have paid for and not got. We have got skyrocketing bills with private companies that are making obscene profits, and that's not doing our residents any service at all. We'd be in so much better position if our residents didn't have to rely so much on fossil fuels. But I'm really pleased to see an amendment before us tonight to place another £1 million in the Climate Change Reserve, again to be taken from the Medium Term Risk Reserve. What is a risk reserve? We're saving money for a rainy day. The rain's pouring, the roof's leaking. We need to act now. We need to ensure that our citizens transition to zero emissions vehicles, better insulate their homes, do away with gas boilers and other fossil fuels, have grey water to reduce the demands that we have on our water supplies, on our aquifers, because they're not infinite resources. And we also need to sort out what's happening with our wastewater as well, reduce our waste effluent and make sure we have higher quality water, and both input and output of water. So this is a step in the right direction, but I'm only going to support this budget if we get amendments through tonight that serve in our residents' interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gavin-James.
Good evening, Mr Mayor, and can I start by thanking the officers of this council for the amazing work they've done in all the paperwork we've got before us tonight that's been changing hourly over the last couple of weeks. But indeed, the book we have, whilst I'd like a bit more detail, actually there's an awful lot of work that goes into that, and I'm grateful to the officers for the time, effort and commitment. It's particularly difficult, of course, to do that when there is no long-term formula funding for local government. It's still under review. It has been since I don't know when. It seems to be permanent, which is very frustrating. It'd be nice to have 3 years and be able to look 3 years into the future in knowing what government's got on the tracks. But we don't have that luxury. And it's worth exploring why before we go on to local matters, the events of the last 12 months. Because I don't know, you may have missed it, Mr Mayor, you've been very busy and I appreciate that, but it's been slightly chaotic up in Westminster. It came as a surprise to pretty much no one, that Boris Johnson turned out to be unfit to be Prime Minister. Now, I was going to do an A to Z of his failings, but I appreciate it's quite a long agenda. So I thought I'll just hone in on one letter, and as he's a man who spent his career taking the P, I'll go with the P. But where do you start with our Parliament-proroguing PM, who started his premiership as the MP purger, protecting Priti Patel from the bullying scandal, trying to change the rules to defend his old pal Patterson? Then there was the PPE contracts. Then there was the Partygate and Pincher, which turned out to be the clincher. At least he wasn't the MP in Parliament watching porn. This left the Conservatives to get rid of him. He left to leave a new leader to puzzle over the protocol problem he leaves behind. We then ended up in summer. The Conservatives had to access the Tory party talent puddle to find a new leader. And what we learned from that long summer battle for the hearts and minds of the Tory party membership? We learned they'd lost their minds and they elected Liz Truss. Now, if you think electing Liz Truss solved the problem, you're wrong, wrong, wrong. She promised to deliver, ironically during a postal strike. And then this fracking MP discovered that bond markets are a bit more complex than pork markets. She did achieve growth. The deficit grew, the size of the UK debt grew, interest rates grew. And eventually, I think she understood that once inflation was a higher percentage than her approval ratings, it was time to go. Literally, no one argued that she should stay as it was the will of the membership. They planned. Nope, the Tories started planning for a second vote. A novel idea, you've made a mistake. But she does leave a legacy. The Kremlin is not known for humour, but it tweeted congratulations to the lettuce. So she helped Britain find its post-Brexit place on the world stage. We are an international joke. We are the comic relief during troubled times as a country. And so Rishi Sunak is our PM. In just a few months, we went from the PM the people used to want, to the PM the Tories wanted, to the PM nobody wanted. Now, normally, new Prime Ministers promise a cabinet full of all the talents. Rishi Sunak went one step further, a cabinet of all the talents and none. How else can you explain Gavin Williamson and Dominic Raab? Locally, things haven't been that much better. The cabinet pretend it is, but actually it's not. Within this document, you've got the survey results. 75% of people are happy with the council. flick back to 2019, 80% were happy with the council. Our scores for value for money is down, and feeling informed has collapsed. Our worst score in 2019 was feeling able to influence decisions. We've stopped asking that one. There's a clear pattern of decline. So when it got to the council plan, I thought it might be a bit of a waste of time, really, because as a council, we're really good at agreeing plans and strategies, but they rarely seem to deliver. Take the local plan review in 2019. Now, there's a legal requirement to review your council plan every 5 years. 5 years. We struggle to review it in 5 years. With the land supply deficit, developers are in control, leaving us in a unique position of being a planning authority with no plan and no authority. And the Conservative failure is felt by others, like the residents of Kingsclere, who gave up their free time to create a neighbourhood plan that would enhance the area, not damage it, that would meet their needs. The Tory failure leaves them threatened by far larger developments than the community can sustain. We have a many-down strategy. Now, the many-down strategy tells us that you would have recently had to get out the official mayoral hard hat to go and stand outside the 1,500th home built. And in the background would have been the village centre emerging from the ground. We are, in fact, 1,500 homes and a village centre short. We are unbelievably 8 years behind a schedule we wrote 8 years ago. There are rumours of a Facebook campaign to change the name of Manydown to Neverland, because it never grows up. On the leisure park, it was decided to keep what we already had, replace the aquadrome we always planned, and hope other providers fancy the gaps that have always existed. And the leisure park helps underline another decline within the council. In preparation for the budget 8 years ago, I asked how much the council had spent on consultants in the last 5 years. I had to wait 4 hours for a response. In October, I asked how much had been spent on consultants on just the leisure park. I had to wait 4 months for a response. This week, the response finally arrived. So this week, I know. Now, some members may want to write this down for their election material. Possibly don't get your pen. But the actual cost to the council of the last 10 years to achieve pretty much nothing was £930,714. Also this year, I got to read the third town centre master plan we've paid for since I became a councillor. The first two were filled with unviable, unrealistic and undeliverable ideas. After a couple of years of nothing happening, increased residents' comments on the state of the town centre, and then we'd repeat the process. This time we started with ideas. Many were the same ideas: unviable, unrealistic, undeliverable. A key part of the master plan is to infill the top of town car parks for flats. The town centre master plan images show Central Car Park being developed into a street scene. The problem, the strategy fell apart almost immediately because the parking strategy came along. And what the parking strategy tells us about Central Car Park is the sloping topography of the site and access requirements means proposals for alternative uses or developments are limited and costly. Now, these contradicted papers were approved by the same cabinet. They were approved 6 minutes apart, which makes you wonder why cabinet meetings, you know why cabinet meetings are so short, no one's read anything. But leaving that one to the side, whether you call it a plan or a strategy, without the policies and resources to go with it, they are nothing. My favourite bit about the Town Centre Master Plan is where it says we can reimagine the mouths. And then you look at the artist impression and the mouths have gone, disappeared, it's not there, there's something else there instead. I think maybe it's time we reimagine the cabinet. The cross-party amendments will hopefully change that. They'll put resources behind the strategies so we can actually deliver them. And the budget also has some welcome elements to address the decline in the borough. You'll remember there was a time when visitors to the town would reach Eastrop Roundabout and they would see dancing fountains and a low-level waterfall. It was a connection between the fantastic festival place and the once brilliant Eastrop Park. It also connected modern Basingstoke to our past when a canal ran through the town. It was created when we cared. The waterfalls stopped working many years ago. The fountains have taken years out too. It's more evidence of decline and decay. The utility boxes that are covered in graffiti across the town we used to chase companies, we used to hassle them a lot to get them cleaned. We don't seem to bother. But there is a good news story, an idea of what we can achieve when we really try. A few years ago, I was talking to a council officer, and I was asking whether we could do anything about these ugly green idiot magnets we call utility boxes, turning them into street art. The utility companies agreed, also contributed towards it, and those boxes in the town centre, walk through the town centre, still encourage you to go to town, they look amazing. Some, not my taste style, but they're a talking point. But they look fantastic. It shows what we can do when we put a bit of effort into things. But unfortunately, that's not always the case. If you walk outside this building, we've gone from the local plan to the tiny. Go outside this building, head towards the War Memorial Park gates, and on the left, you'll see a low wall. There's a big chunk missing from that wall. It's been missing for 4 years. Nothing's happened. Lots of people must walk past it. Maybe we just stopped caring. Maybe we just haven't got resources to deal with it. So whether it's leaves piling up in Tadley or graffiti lining our streets, we seem to be in decline. The good news is, I'm pleased to see that this budget does appear to start addressing some of that decline, certainly as amended. Hopefully, if all the amendments go through, we'll have a budget that we can all get behind, because unfortunately, the decline has to stop. And Councillor Bound's introduction was somewhat, I think, best intentioned, but it's lucky he misses all the problems that we have as a borough. I look forward to the rest of the debate around the amendments, because hopefully we could end up with the best budget we've produced for many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I call on the leader to propose the medium-term financial strategy and budget update as tabled.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the paper says.
Councillor Isaac, I understand you will second this?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Firstly, I'd want to thank our outstanding finance team for again delivering such comprehensive budget plans and inputting significant last-minute changes so well, and that's where my agreement with Councillor Gavin James is probably going to end. I thank also the benefits team for the extra hours they put in to ensure emergency payments have got to residents without delay. So now we know it tonight. It's the Liberal Democrats who want to increase council tax, showing their true left-wing colours. Residents should know that Councillor McCormack's Labour group would really like to raise your council tax, but not this time. It is clear from his public statements that the Labour group leader is against freezing council tax. He says quite rightly that ours is but a small part of total council tax. Yes, only £136.42p per annum per Band D household. Great value. And if this budget is approved, it will stay at £2.63 per week. For my part, I'm happy to represent a party that keeps residents' council's tax frozen, as well as providing significant financial assistance to those who need our help in the face of painful cost of living increases. Councillor McCormack has a problem with this council investing in property, most recently buying the Premier Inn. Has upset him. He says it is the reason we are not increasing council tax this year because of the rent we will receive. Absolutely right. And the great thing is we should receive that rent next year and into the future. That's the whole point. So again, I'm happy to make the case for investing where that produces income that we can then spend on residents rather than the Labour approach of spend it all today and forget about tomorrow. Councillor McCormack is big on ambition, but has a rather negative and gloomy view of the prospects of this town. Worryingly, it is often ambition uninfluenced by inconvenient evidence. Given the chance, he would be writing big council cheques for snow domes, aquadomes with double-length swimming pools, and new football stadiums, and ice rinks that heat swimming pools. Or is it the other way round, or is it both? Fortunately, the voters of the borough will be given the chance to express their views on how this council's finances are best managed. I'm confident that as our budgets demonstrate year after year, we ensure sanity with council finances, keeping council tax down, investing in better services with no borrowing, proving that this council is best run by Basingstoke's Conservatives. We are one group of Conservatives who have not forgotten the need to spend wisely, save, live within our means and invest for the future. In that way, I'm glad to publicly distinguish myself and my party from the other parties. May I congratulate Councillor Harvey on presenting such a clear, coherent budget statement. There are parts you won't be surprised to hear that I disagree with, but what is most remarkable is that he can present his group as having agreed policy positions, when I suspect, in reality, there are as many different views in his group as there are members or semi-attached members. I wonder if he feels sometimes like the good shepherd of Basingstoke politics. We've heard tonight from Councillor Gavin James. True to form, he offers a comedic diversion from the serious business of politics in this borough. At the last minute, the Lib Dems have come up with their own budget proposal to raise council tax by the maximum of just under 5%, and they want to allocate the money on concessions for buses, which I thought were Hampshire's responsibility, but the exact details will be thought up later. I rest my case.
You have 1 minute.
Despite all of the shocks we've had to deal with recently, we have weathered the storm well, as this budget shows, and this is because we know how to manage the finances of this council and reap the benefits of our property portfolio. This enables us to invest in more and better services. Compared to our original budget for services in 22-23 of 33.5 million, by the end of 2027, we are forecasting net expenditure of 43.15 million, an increase of 28% over 4 years, and 28 more full-time employees. Strong, sound finances also power a big capital programme of investment. We plan to invest over 111 million on projects over the next 4 years, and there is a commitment from the administration to build a new aquadome that will cost in the order of 40 million. So I commend this MTFS and budget to Council, setting out a clear programme of expenditure and investment for the next 4 years and delivering a balanced budget for the 2 years ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm going to move on to the first tabled amendment and the leader to propose it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to report quite a lot of discussion has happened about coming to some common agreement with this First Amendment. In summary, and it is laid out on the paperwork, what this First Amendment does is puts an additional £1 million into the cost of living alleviation funds. We have already had £1 million in the cost of living alleviation funds, a fund that was created by the Conservative administration of this borough. I am pleased to report that actually we've supported, I think it's just under 1,300 households so far, and delivered just over £800,000 worth of the current 1 million. So it is significant that we are able and have the finances to be able to assist our residents with funding, whether that funding supports food or energy costs. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor McCormack, I understand you will second this amendment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to second this amendment, and I was very interested to hear the seconding of the original budget, trying to shoot down my arguments in flames when I've been drafting these amendments. And why is it that we've got such a great budget if we're having to amend it and the council leader's moving an amendment? Thank you.
Thank you. I have no speakers, so I will go to the vote on this amendment. Councillor Jones.
Yeah, I just want to say a few words about getting the areas done. It's quite interesting, all this investment, but I've never seen it in any of the wards I've represented. I've been promised for years, represented Buckskin for years, regeneration, never happened. I don't know where it's going to. South Ham in particular, it needs regeneration. We all talk the talk over there, but nothing ever happens. We're talking about the leisure park. It affects Southend quite a bit. So I hope we're going to get more consultation on it before you start coming up with your big ideas and actually talk to the people that matter who live around there and the people who use it rather than a small number. Thank you.
Councillor Laura James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In support of the amendment, I would just ask that when you look at the criteria for the amendment, at the moment it allows for the personal independent payments is excluded, and so is disability living allowance and attendance allowances, as well as child benefit. But if you're a carer on carer's allowance, or if you're receiving industrial payment, injury payments, you're not. And there are many people that have carers allowance who have carers allowance for looking after children or elderly, and sometimes receiving two payments relating to two children. So we have people in our ward that have not received this payment. So I urge you to look at that again. And also, when the changes took place last time round, did we write out to everybody at that time then to say that these changes and to ask them to be reapply? I'm pleased that people are able to reapply again once they've had the first payment after it's been a year. So hopefully people that are still struggling will have the opportunity to reapply. So I do support this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Cubitt. Okay. No more speakers. I will then go to the vote. Councillor Minister Bowen, do you want to sum up?
I probably would just take the opportunity just to confirm a lot of what Councillor James has requested, that a lot of that is already in place. And I think if members aren't aware in the chamber, they should be aware that, of course, we do regularly look at who's applying, what the qualifying criteria are, so that it is, if you like, quite flexible as far as it moves forwards, and also once the year is up for others to reapply. So just to make sure we're all clear on that, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you. So we'll go to the vote on this. The First Amendment, understood to be a cross-party amendment. Do I need to go to electronic vote, or are you agreed? Agreed. Right. No dissension. That amendment is passed. We move on to the Second Amendment. It's been tabled by the Liberal Democrats, and I call on Councillor Gavin James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just will start by correcting Councillor Isaac, something we all have to do regularly. The county council are responsible for subsidising bus routes, not individual tickets, and this motion is about, or amendment is about that. First of all, I want to talk about the cost of living crisis. We have lots of schemes. We've seen schemes last year talking about helping people with food and fuel costs, and of course now we've hopefully got a more flexibility in the scheme that we have coming forward this year. However, it is very apparent that the cost of living crisis doesn't just hit those at the bottom below that sort of band of pay. Essential workers keep Basingstoke moving. They are the people that are going to the supermarkets tonight to fill them up for the morning. They're the people who service our coffee. They're the people who keep our hospitals clean. They are very important people, and often they don't get any benefits. Their wages didn't go up by 10%. They are on quite a low and modest income. Now, at the moment, a mega rider costs £20. That will get you to work, but it obviously means that a lot of your money has gone on that mega rider ticket. We could potentially, and I don't know, we'd have to work with Stagecoach, look to reduce that cost for anyone on a low income. We could reduce it to make it down to £10. Now, that would save someone on a low income £500 a year, whereas the current proposal of a council tax freezing one tiny element will save 10p. Now, it doesn't matter whether you're wealthy enough to not suffer from the cost of living crisis or so poor that you are very much stuck in it. 10p will not make a difference. But you know what? If you're working hard on a low income and you get to work and you're saving £500 because we're subsidising your mega rider, that makes a big difference. And that's really what this is about. We've got Councillor Bounds and his 10p little change, small change, or you can have a big difference with this amendment. I also, and I get Councillor Morrow keeps dragging me out to Kingsclere. It's my second home now. I quite like it out there. And, you know, cost of living happens out there. Now, in the town, I'm quite lucky. I can walk to Tesco's, I can walk to Sainsbury's, Iceland, Waitrose, I can shop the bargains at night, I can nip over to Aldi and Lidl. So I can save money if I need to. If you live in Kingsclere, you've got to come into town to do that. There isn't a supermarket. There's no direct Kingsclere to Tadley route either for access to the facilities in Tadley. The problem is if you come to town to save £6 on your shopping, and your bus fare is going to cost you about £8 to get there and back, particularly if, or even more if you've got to bring children with you. I know it's £2 at the moment, but that's not lasting forever. Then you can't avoid the high cost of local shops, or you've got to pay to travel in. So the cost of living affects everyone. So we could look at discounts where people could get to town perhaps a couple of trips a month very cheaply. We can look at all the ideas and options, but it would actually help people, really help people. 10p is not helping anybody, and if you think it is, then you need to get out and knock on a few more doors. The next thing is we do have a climate change strategy, and it's important that we actually put policies in place to support that. We also have a clean air strategy, and we should put policies in place to support that. Now, if reducing bus costs for certain people meant that some people who currently drive, because the bus seems to be too expensive, switched to the bus, it could make a real difference. If 200 people switched from the car to the bus, that's 200 trips to work, 200 trips home from work, that's 400 trips a day. That's 1,000 trips. No, it's not. It's 2,000 trips a week. Sue's checking my maths, so that's very uncomfortable. That's 2,000 trips a week. That's just over 100,000 car trips a year. How many CO2 emissions would that save?
You have just under 1 minute.
How many particulates would no longer be going into our atmosphere? So we could achieve clean air, we could achieve climate change, we could address the cost of living. Now this is set up for the next 2 years. It may not work, I totally accept that. But we have an opportunity this year. If we're not having to raise council tax to fund what's already in the budget, we can do more for our residents. A small amount I'm asking for 10p, if we can help many people through the cost of living crisis, we can help with climate change, clean up the air quality, it's worth it. If in 2 years' time it hasn't worked, then of course the money can go back in to support the deficit that still sits there in a couple of years' time. So I hope people support it because it's a small price to pay to help a lot of people help climate change and clean up our air. Thank you.
Councillor Kozlewska.
Can I reserve my right to speak, please, Chair, Mayor?
Fine, thank you. Are there any speakers to this amendment? Councillor Isaac, followed by Councillor Radigan.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. My objection to this is one of principle, really. It may be a small amount, but it's the principle of tax increases, and I think that many of our residents would welcome this council taking a stand in not increasing the tax. And I think it's a point also that we shouldn't always think that we know how best to spend people's money. And particularly in an instance where a scheme has been dreamt up at the last minute to provide concessionary bus fares. I don't think that that's what our residents look to us to do as serious councillors. Thank you.
Councillor Radigan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on Councillor James's point about Kingsclere, if he understood anything about small villages, he would understand that local people enjoy using local stores. And in Kingsclere, we have the benefit of a butcher's. We have Swan Street stores providing everything through the pandemic when people didn't have or didn't want to go on buses. And we have a very important chemist. These things are really vital. And so to dismiss it that they can't go to a supermarket, well, they can't go to a supermarket because actually the Liberals didn't support the Lidls in Tadley. They were against it. But thankfully, we managed to get it through. I helped on the appeal. I didn't see any Liberals helping on that appeal. They didn't turn up for when the inspector was examining West Berkshire's decision to refuse it. So I can tell Councillor James that local shops, local stores are really important. And for places like Headley, they provide a community cafe where people meet and get the enjoyment of each other's company for the long term. So please don't dismiss local stores.
Councillor Basher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to echo what other people have said about the detail in the budget. Thank you. It's remarkable. I've done a job similar to Sue's in the past, and I've never had the benefit of so much detail. But what it does allow me to do is to look at a budget holistically, and there's just a few things I want to draw to all members' attention just before, and then just ask you to just think before you vote, because I think, you know, on the face of it, not raising council tax is great news. Everyone's happy with that. But I think that there's just a few numbers in here I want to draw your attention to, and I just think we should think carefully. So this medium-term financial strategy has a deficit in years 3 and 4. It also has a quite significant drop in capital investment in year 4 from, I think, rolling about £25 million a year down to £5 million a year. And as ever with financial modelling, which is essentially what a medium-term financial strategy is, there's a case of garbage in, garbage out. So we have to look at the assumptions that go in quite carefully. So one of the first pieces that I looked at was the risk register. So I'd just like to draw members' attention to page 174, risk register item RE7, the risk of inflation increases. So there's some detail there about the inflation assumptions, but I just want to draw your attention to the primary one, which is that this budget, this medium-term financial strategy, assumes that inflation is 2%. Now, last time I checked, the Office of National Statistics said that CPI inflation was 10.1% in January. So, what happens if inflation is higher, which it is, and stays higher, which we don't know, but which we expect, perhaps? So the risk register says the likelihood of this assumption being wrong is significant, which means there's 50 to 85% chance that this estimate will be wrong. It then goes on to say that what's the impact of that if it's wrong? And at the moment, it says it's marginal, which means that it's less than 3 million quid is marginal. Well, let me tell you, if you put inflation through this model at 7%, it's no longer marginal. The cost over the life of the strategy is more than £3 million, and so it becomes critical. Not my words, the words of the risk assessment. Critical. If inflation stays at 8.3% throughout, and it doesn't have to be throughout the life of the budget, if it's early on in the budget, it will have a knock-on effect for the following years, then it moves into catastrophic, okay, which means a loss of income of £10 million or more. So holistically, when we look at this budget, we just need to think about what are we giving up? We're giving up a permanent right under the legislation to raise money to invest in services and or property or hotels for our residents. And Councillor Isaac points out with part of his speech that he's quite happy to invest in hotels and generate a decent return for residents so that we don't have to raise council tax as much. Let me just show you the other side of that coin. What if we invest £350,000 now in a hotel and generate a better return on the money and put that back into the council tax budget in the future? We could bring council tax down further. So you've got to look at both sides of the coin. So part of my job, I do investment appraisal analysis. And if you look at £350,000 in perpetuity forever, because if we were truly trying to address the cost of living crisis and admit, if you're with me and think that the cost of living crisis is temporary and we're not in this forever, then wouldn't it be better to raise council tax by £350,000, then give residents a £350,000 discount this year, or a £700,000 discount this year, which would be £10 a year, not £5 a year.
You have 1 minute.
But then keep that £350,000 in perpetuity. And there's a formula to work out the value of that, and the value of that £350,000 in perpetuity is £17.5 million. think about what we could do with £17.5 million. I've got a couple of ideas for you. We could have an Olympic pool on the leisure park, right, and create a draw for this borough. We could even build more than, I believe, one stand, possibly two stands, on a community football pitch. So I say that this council, this administration, has elected not to raise council tax because it's a cheap £5 buying of votes on leaflets in April. Whereas I'm here for the long term. I hope I'm here for the long term, and I want to invest in the future of Basingstoke. And I just think that we need to put, this budget doesn't put the people's interests first, and I support the raising council tax. I don't necessarily support spending it on megabus, but I'd just like you to think about the long-term implications of that budget and what the risk is to our residents if we've got these assumptions wrong. Thank you.
Councillor Slimmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, but believe it or not, somebody has just said something that made me quite cross. So I will address the concerns that were raised. Firstly, I don't think anyone is suggesting that local shops shouldn't be used. And I certainly don't think that people should think that this is aimed to prevent people having good businesses in any village, including Kingsclere. However, Councillor Rattigan is incorrect that Liberal Democrats in Tadley did not support Lidl. In fact, I'm a member of the Town Council. I happen to be a Liberal Democrat focus member of the council, and we all supported Lidl, actively went to their consultations and supported them fully, and gave them some really good ideas of how they could get their application through. Secondly, many years ago, we actually in Tadley produced a plan to produce a small bus that would go around the villages and collect people from the villages into the middle of the town to come to Sainsbury's. Because believe it or not, the bus runs through the main road and a lot of people can't even get to the bus stop. So we started this project and we spent quite a number of years on it. And the people in Kingsclere at the parish council asked if they could come along to our group, and we invited them in. And the then chairman of the Kingsclere Parish Council was very happy to go along with our plan, and we actually took the bus out to Kingsclere. And believe it or not, the bus ran taking people from Rose Hodson Court and Fielden Court and other places in Kingsclere where elderly people wanted to go to another shop and get something a little bit cheaper. It ran for a number of years, and the only people that used it were the people in Kingsclere. They didn't pick up people in Balkhurst or people in Tadley, and so we stepped out of it. Now, I know it didn't continue because of COVID. That was the only reason that it stopped. But if he went to talk to some of his residents who used to use it in Rose Hodson Court, I will tell you that they think it would be a good idea if they could travel to from Kingsclere to Basingstoke. And we had a local forum meeting that Councillor Rattigan was at. Councillor Morrett organised it with Kingsclere Parish Council. And one of the things that they all complained about was the fact that they couldn't get into town without spending an awful lot of money, which an awful lot of people couldn't afford. And it isn't just for shopping. It is also to attend all the other things, all the delights that are available in the centre of Basingstoke, which are not available to those of us who live out in the rural sticks, even in Tadley. So I would say, please support this amendment because we can do something with that money. It might not be exactly as we say, because we said we will look at it, but don't dismiss it out of hand. And I agree fully with the comments made. What a poor show it is that we can't actually seriously look at an expert here. And that is the problem with this council. We have got an awful lot of experts sitting in these benches, and you don't even bother to find out what skills people have got. That is what you need to do. An awful lot of us have got a lot of experience, a lot of skills, either from business or from things that we do. And if you use some of those skills, perhaps you wouldn't be coming forward with ideas that can be dismissed. Has to be wait till we get here before they get dismissed. I ask you to support the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I recognise Councillor Slimmon's expertise. She reminds us of it on a regular basis. I I have to admit I'm fairly shell-shocked listening to the opposition today. I do have some words that I had prepared to speak to. However, I don't want to go too far off script. And so I never thought I'd be sitting here listening to the Liberal Democrats advocating for increasing the tax burden on our residents during a cost of living crisis. Let's be absolutely clear here. The council tax freeze will result in our residents having one of the lowest rates of council tax in the south east of England, let alone Hampshire. A quick message to Councillor James as well. I do think Councillor Gavin James might need to check he's picked up the right speech before he leaves the House next time. More Borough Council and less third-place Lib Dem parliamentary candidate, please. A bit of advice for Councillor James from a new councillor. Spend less time on the pantomime Dem material. Do your job as a ward councillor. Get the Memorial Park wall fixed in your ward. Listening to opposition councillors, they criticise this administration's investment strategy. Let me list some examples of our property investment strategy, Mr Mayor. These are investments made from 2017 onwards. Armstrong Road, returns of 13%. Bell Road, returns of 17%. Lister Road, returns of 8.1%. Mr Mayor, the Bank of England base rate at the end of March 2022 was 0.75%. This council was achieving an investment return on our future investment strategy of 7.4%. That suggests that's a very good rate of return compared to the base rate. Let us all be under no illusion. This administration's prudent financial management have resulted in us being able to absorb some of the cost of living impact to all of our residents, as well as continuing to deliver targeted cost of living support packages to those most at need. This administration has delivered the Cost of Living Assistance Fund, providing £1 million worth of support over and above the government-provided Household Support Fund, helping to support households in the most need with food, energy, water bills and other essentials. Let's stop the politicking. Let's get this budget passed for the residents of Basingstoke.
Councillor Brown-Bound.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just want to clear up a couple of points because it is always great having lots and lots of experts in the chamber, isn't it? I just wanted to pick up the point about assumptions. I think in other pages you'll find that it clearly states that energy, contract and pay inflation are separately addressed in the budget, and most other inflation will impact on capital schemes. Also, when we start talking about capital schemes, they make significant assumptions about inflation costs. So that's really important to pick up as far as those of us who are technically minded as far as the financial paperwork. Speaking specifically to this amendment, I think we're conflating two issues here, Mr Mayor. We have a climate change reserve. It's absolutely here to achieve much of what has been discussed as far as those initiatives and are focused for clean air and for reducing carbon emissions. Our council plan very much talks about working with partners. We've talked about Hampshire County Council. We should talk about Stagecoach. We should talk about our reserves. Our reserves are there with climate change to leverage other people's money. I would rather agree with our climate change objectives that we spend other people's money first and we use a small element of ours, which is already in the climate reserve, to ensure that they are encouraged to do it first in Basingstoke and Deane. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Morrow.
Thank you. I feel Councillor Rattigan has spoken well for local businesses in Kingsclere and the residents, but unfortunately we have to represent all the residents in a ward. And I've knocked on doors in Kingsclere, and it's there's places that do have deprivation, and these areas they've not only missed the bus service they once had, but also in this cost of living crisis they're failing to afford to use the bus that they do have. So they simply can't afford the butchers. You know, in Tadley we have Lidl, and I'm very happy to have Lidl there. I use it, and I think it's, you know, in these times we have to do everything we can to support our residents and all the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your maiden speech. Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say I'm very conflicted on this amendment. On the one level, I completely agree with Councillor Basham. I think his point's very well made. On the other, I do believe that buses are the responsibility of the county. And Councillor James obviously is also a double hatter and he represents the county. And whilst I completely agree that we've got massive problems in very poor provision of buses in our borough, unfortunately it is the responsibility of the county, irrespective of the fact that historically we did support for a while. And the other thing that I wanted to say is Councillor McIntyre's reference to the capital, to the various projects, investments that have been done in recent years and the 35 million, which actually we only approved 30 million for, and I don't know whether the 5 million ever happened. But actually the revenues and returns from those assets, I understand, are extremely high, because on secondary property portfolio investments, what you have is you go chasing high yield, but the capital depreciation of that original investment doesn't hold. It goes down. So the interesting question for all of us in this chamber is Councillor Isaac might very well have hit those staggering yields when he invested that 35 million, when he was only given permission for 30, but what will be the end value of that 30 million? And that's one of the reasons why in audit and accounts we've been asking for that portfolio to be ring-fenced so we can monitor what the end value of that capital investment that he made of our council taxpayers' money. So one other thing that I just wanted to say in response to this amendment is, whilst it's laudable, it's county, Councillor Isaac also made a very peculiar statement because he said, I represent the party that reduces tax. Well, the reality is when the county council part of our council tax goes up by 5%, I do have to remind you, Councillor Isaac, that they are a Conservative-dominated council. So when our residents receive their council bill, it will not be reduced because of, in the small section, because of this no overall control Conservative council. They will be receiving a real increase in their council tax this year because of a Conservative-led county council who are incapable of delivering us proper bus services and a whole host of other things. Finally, Councillor Basham made a reference to this deficit in 2025-2026, and I just wanted to flag that that's a little nuance. You might not know because you haven't been here very long. And it's a bugbear of mine. I've had to deal with Councillor Isaac and his crew for many years over this. It's not a criticism of the officers at all. But every year for the last, I don't know how many years, this administration has said, oh, it's awful, we've got a terrible deficit going forward, we've got to increase the tax by 5%, because the government isn't going to give us any new homes bonus next year. And guess what? Every year we've received new homes bonus. It might have been reducing, but we've received new homes bonus. So if you look at the predictions every year, and then you look at the actual receipts, they bear no resemblance to each other. So what happens in the year that Councillor Basham was talking about, 2025, that's when our officers have made an assumption that the government is not going to give us any money. Well, I'm telling you that irrespective of which government's going to be in power, that is a little accounting game, because if it's not new homes bonus, it will be something else. It might be less, but it will be something else, and therefore it is not an accurate reflection of where our true accounts will be in 2 years' time. Thank you very much.
Councillor goes next to sum up, or
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
you're seconding the motion.
Thank you. They say, Mr. Mayor, that the best ideas can be explained very quickly because the strength of the idea can speak for itself. And I think we've got the case here, so I'm going to be brief. For just 10p, we can support our most financially vulnerable residents who are struggling with the high cost of fuel. We can reduce traffic across our borough, and we can help to tackle our climate emergency. We've got a proposal in front of us that can make a big difference for residents for very little additional cost. We could potentially leave this to Hampshire County Council, as has been suggested, but they're not going to do it. We know they're not going to do it. So we have a choice. We can do something to help our residents, or we can do nothing. I encourage you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now this will go to the vote. Sorry? Oh, sorry, Councillor James, to sum up.
That's absolutely fine, Mr. Mayor. It's been a very confusing evening. First of all, I just need to do got to correct Councillor Isaac again. It's getting boring. Right, let me explain. We had a medium-term financial strategy last year, and it said that this year we would increase council tax by £5, and you voted for it. Now, if you go back 2 years, we had a medium-term financial strategy that said council tax will go up £5 this year, and you voted for it. In fact, 3 years ago, I think it also indicated it would carry on going up £5, and you voted for it. So what I'm suggesting is we carry on for the thing that you voted for 3 times. So I don't know what's happened in the last 12 months. Maybe you've got a bit more confused. But certainly it just seems very odd that you say you're against council tax increases, particularly this increase that you voted for more times than I have, because I opposed all those budgets. Councillor Cubitt is absolutely right. County Council today agreed an increase of £69. It's going up by £69. And the Conservative Police and Crime Commissioner, I believe, is £12, but I bought the wrong laptop, so I can't double check that. So both Conservative bodies are putting council tax up. Councillor Attigan is a very strange Conservative. I mean, I've got nothing against local shops, local businesses. In fact, my ward's full of them. I'm not against local businesses, and I hope they encourage them to thrive. In fact, it might be good for them to get on a bus and get supplies, maybe. But what I do think is that choice is a wonderful thing. Now, once upon a time, the Conservatives believed in choice and people having choice. Obviously, it's different now in the strange republic that you're trying to create out there. Yeah, I believe in choice and consumer choice, and they can travel to a variety of businesses. I'm not quite sure what we're trying to create, but nothing against local businesses. I will visit the butchers next time I'm in to get my tofu. Thank you.
Right, members. We're going to be putting this to the electronic vote. You are voting on an amendment of the amended budget. It's the Liberal Democrat amendment proposal for the council tax increase. And the vote is open. The result is that the amendment fails. Right, we move on to the Leader?
Just if I may, Mr. Mayor, I did press the no button and lots of my colleagues saw me and it's not been recorded.
It says not voted.
It says not voted.
He definitely did, because he showed me how to do mine, so I'd forgotten it was touched. I was like, which
You didn't have to say
button?
that.
Mr Mayor, you could use new technology and put your arms up, you know. It's a lot easier sometimes.
This also provides a very useful recorded vote. Could I ask members to make sure that what they intended to vote is correctly displayed on the screen, please? Right, we can confirm that there's no other anomaly that might have occurred. So we'll record in the minutes the observation, Councillor, okay? Fine. We now move into debate on the amended medium-term strategy and budget update paper. Councillor Vokes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Council has a long tradition of providing significant investment to the voluntary and charitable sector in the borough. Members will note the additional grants officer post in the papers to support planned increased activity related to new grants starting in the next fiscal year. We've undertaken a review of our community and voluntary sector funding, which has helped us identify improvements and changes we can make to ensure that our investment effectively achieves the best outcomes for our residents, as well as supporting the voluntary sector. We will change the way we provide strategic funding to provide greater certainty to our key partners, while ensuring our financial support is better aligned with council priorities and strategies. These are very challenging times for us all, with massive increases in energy prices and the cost of borrowing, which have heavily impacted on household budgets, with the most vulnerable in our communities hardest hit. I was pleased that this administration allocated £1 million to assist households on low incomes as the cost of living assistance grant. Nearly £900,000 has been allocated, and I welcome the proposal to extend this grant with a further £1 million of funding next year. As the portfolio holder for communities, I am pleased that the planned reduction in borough community grants in 23-24 has been scrapped. And yes, I did vote for that, but things have changed. And I think now is not the time to reduce our support to voluntary and charitable groups which provide vital services and are also severely challenged with increased operating costs. We will continue to offer £1.5 million next year through a variety of grants to a wide range of organisations and groups, ranging from strategic support to the Anvil and the CAB, to smaller grants to community centres, clubs and voluntary groups through our Strengthening Communities grants and ward councillor grants. In addition to the £1.5 million grants available for revenue purposes, it has become clear that many community and voluntary organisations need support for capital projects to be able to operate effectively. Councillor John Isett and I have therefore worked with Cabinet colleagues and officers to create the proposed Community Infrastructure Fund so that organisations can invest in their premises for the benefit of people using their services, increasing their income and making environmental improvements. This will provide £2.2 million of funding over the next 4 years, with £300,000 available in 23-24. These grants are all in addition to other financial support available from county and national initiatives. We are fortunate that our sound financial management of council resources enables us to offer higher values of community grants than other similar-sized councils. As set out in the papers, the council has also been allocated £1 million over the next 3 years from the National UK Shared Prosperity Fund, and £430,000 over the next 2 years from the Rural England Prosperity Fund. These are a welcome mix of revenue and capital grants from the government's Levelling Up initiative, focusing on community needs and infrastructure, employment, culture and tourism, and climate change. I am therefore delighted to be supporting the proposed medium-term financial strategy and budget update report. Thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm very proud of Basingstoke and Deans Borough Council's historical and current financial record. We provide excellent value for money and ensure services are delivered and run to a high standard. With the cost of living rising, now is the time more than ever for the councils to step up to support residents. One of these many things we are offering is a council tax freeze. We say we offer value for money, and the facts certainly support our bold statement. At the end of 2022, we had the 13th lowest rate of council tax in the South East and the 5th lowest in Hampshire. Our position and record may improve in the next financial year because of us being one of the only 5 councils nationally who are freezing their part of the council tax. Our residents may ask or be concerned that this freeze will result in slipping standards and lower levels of service. This will not happen, as we know how to deliver high standards and keep the cost for our residents low. This has been proven by us, as we are currently listed as the 2nd highest spend on public services per head in the southeast of England. We can therefore confirm that the high levels of quality services we are providing will be maintained under this Conservative administration, and therefore I support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cubitt.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I probably will support this part of the budget, but I won't be able to support the council plan, and the council plan is so integral to the budget. And one of the reasons why the council plan is a shocker is because it's words, words, words. We've had these words, words, words. I went through all the council plans that we've approved way back since 2013. And it's really shocking because the same things get promised and the same things don't get delivered. The theme throughout all these previous plans were to protect our environment, improve our residents' quality of life, supporting those who need it, regenerating priority residential areas including Southam, Buckskin, Winklebury and Norden, protecting and restoring and reconnecting and expanding biodiversity, improving water quality, improving our landscape, improving our air quality, improving the top of town, value and improve our cultural offerings by improving and supporting sporting opportunities, supporting the wonderful Anvil, regenerating the leisure park, regenerating Basingstoke, building a first-class development on Many Downs, safeguarding our local distinctiveness, etc., etc., etc. Now, even our approved local plan required us to improve and protect our precious chalk rivers. The problem with the council plan, which informs the budget, is that it is way less than we've ever promised before. It rose back from all of the previous commitments made by this Conservative administration, and it now says that we will endeavour to try and encourage or enable with others. And it also says we will deliver ourselves or take a lead coordinating. And if I go through the action plans of the plan, which informs the budget, it seems that a cynic might think that those which we have to deliver have already been met, and those which we have failed to deliver over the past 16 years, when we've been under this administration, are suddenly the responsibility of community groups and environment groups. So I'm very worried about this budget being informed by a plan that, frankly, I think is a shocking example of transferring of accountability to others and not to this administration. And I say shame on this Conservative administration for trying to absolve yourself of the responsibilities that you have promised our residents for the last 16 years. You have failed to deliver the leisure park. You have failed to build one house on Many Down. Your delays have caused planning in this borough to be like the Wild West, as we have no 5-year housing supply. You have failed to regenerate Buckskin. You have failed to regenerate Winklebury, Southam or Norden. You have failed to deliver in Basingstoke. You have failed to revitalise the top of town. You have failed to stop inappropriate development. You have failed to engender the environment or to support a good, positive environment for the Festival Place. So we have a lot of problems with Festival Place. We still don't have 5G, I don't think. We still don't have any place-making changes at the railway station, even though we spent hundreds of thousands of pounds on consultants employed by Councillor Isaac to change the welcome regard for our visitors that are coming to our town. Not one thing has been done at the railway station, right? You have failed to support and stop the destruction of the Camrose football site. You have failed to implement your sporting strategy pledges 2016 to 2025. In fact, over these past 16 years, you have tragically failed on so many opportunities, and I repeat, it is a litany of abject failure on your part. So this budget, which is predicated on a plan which, quite frankly, on your track record, isn't going to be implemented, I can't see how our residents can have any confidence that what you have promised in your plan is going to get delivered, because everything that you've promised since 2013, almost none of it's happened.
You have 1 minute.
And I just want to finally highlight the accounts, because this is really important. Because this administration have changed the council plan, they're not going to have to show this nice little chart that's in the accounts that haven't been, I don't think they've been formalised yet. But anyway, there's a lot of downward trajectory. So there's downward trajectory in delivery of all of our key services. I don't know whether any of your residents have problems with planning, but my residents surely have a lot of problems with planning. I don't know whether a lot of your residents have a lot of problems with a number of these issues, but it's red, red, red across the board, and we won't get that comparison going forward. So, Mr. Mayor, I'm really sorry, but I don't have any faith in the competence of this administration. I don't have any faith in them delivering the council plan, and since the budget is supposed to be informed by this council plan, I don't have any faith in them delivering. Thank you.
Councillor Lord James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before this administration pats themselves on the back in relation to the voluntary sector, can I just bring to your attention the community furniture project? At the moment, I'm not sure the detail, because I didn't actually bring the detail with me tonight, because I didn't think I'd stand up and speak, but I was so appalled by what I was hearing on the other side of the chamber tonight. We have an organisation that I think it's paying about £48,000 in rent. Historically, it used to be a peppercorn rent when we had a joint administration. They can't afford that rent now, and they haven't been able to afford it over many years. And what they have to do is they have to get their sister partners in Berkshire to actually support them to pay that rent. They're sitting in a building where the roof is leaking, and they're having to put buckets under the roof. At the same time, they're doing the work of this council. They're actually recycling our white goods and picking up our white goods, and as well as they are stopping, and I don't know the facts, but what I will do is I will send everybody an email of how much is actually being stopped from going into landfill. It's enormous as to what they do and what is being achieved. And at the same time, at Christmas, they set up a grotto to give presents to families that couldn't afford Christmas. And they supported 600 families with presents. And what they did is they gave one major big present, a medium present, and lots of little. And at the same time, they actually supported those families to actually wrap those presents. And it was exceptional, and there was lots of tears and lots of thank yous. But they're an amazing project, and we don't support them. We're not doing anything to support them. It's shameful, absolutely shameful, that we are charging them a rent. We should not be doing that. And at the same time, we've got the CAB, that if you look at their annual report, and I went to actually listen to their annual report this year round, there were 500 calls that are not answered in Basingstoke in a week because they don't have the capacity to do that. And we are not supporting them with any additional money, and we're actually squeezing them out. And so we should be doing more. So we cannot stand up and say how wonderful we are in relation to the voluntary sector, because we are not. Thank you.
Councillor Bean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the council budget before us this evening underpins our commitment to delivering on our priorities as laid out in the council plan. Service delivery is at the core of what we do as a borough council, and we remain committed to continuing to provide good quality services for our residents. The inclusion of a new resident services director as part of the budget will enable additional senior capacity to lead on the continued development and improvement of our frontline services to residents. We will also be freezing car parking charges this year, further helping residents during this cost of living crisis. This is alongside continuing to make significant investment in car parks, including the installation of new EV chargers to support us on our vision of carbon neutrality. We've also listened to residents, which is why last year I took the decision to reverse the original charging proposal for Eastdrop Park, bringing forward a new proposal which provides residents with 2 hours free parking to continue to enjoy the open space at Eastdrop. Whilst we have continued to see challenges with our waste collection service over the last year, thanks to the dedication of our hard-working officer team, we have seen significant improvement in recent months, with a noticeable stabilisation of the service. The work to continue holding our contract to account and ensuring residents receive a good quality service continues. The last 12 months has also seen a significant programme of works delivered for the Aquadrome, ensuring residents can continue to enjoy and use the leisure water facilities. We also continue to work hard with the service provider to ensure that the facility is well maintained and residents have a good quality experience when they choose to visit our leisure facilities. We will also continue to see investment in facilities such as Tadley Health Centre, which is much needed in the near future. Street cleanliness and grounds maintenance continues to be a priority for both us and residents. We are committed to ensuring that Basingstoke continues to be a place that residents can feel proud of. This last year saw significant improvement in our approach to grass cutting, learning from some of the challenges in previous years, which we will be bringing forward again into this forthcoming council year. We also have a significant climate challenge ahead of us, which is why it's so important through our service delivery, we remain intently focused on how we can best shape and deliver our services to ensure we deliver good quality services for residents while striving to our ambitious targets for carbon neutrality. And finally, Mr. Mayor, residents must remain at the centre and front of mind when it comes to service delivery, and our decisions should remain focused on providing the best possible services for them. As part of our commitment to residents, we will be delivering a new customer experience strategy coming later this year. This must ensure that residents are able to engage with us in a way that meets their individual needs, recognising that digital engagement continues to grow in popularity and therefore should be a key consideration in reviewing, enhancing or delivering new services. And finally, Mr. Mayor, whilst it's important to ensure that residents receive best-in-class service when they do engage with us, it remains as equally important that as an organisation we continue to challenge ourselves in terms of understanding the root causes of customers' contact and, where necessary, ensuring we learn from these and adapt our processes or services to ensure customers don't need to contact us because we got it right the first time. In summary, Mr. Mayor, I will be supporting the budget this evening, which underpins all the services we deliver for our residents. Our residents tell us they are proud of where they live, and by supporting this budget, we will ensure that Basingstoke and Deane continues to be a place where we and our residents can continue to be proud to call our home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Minas Bound, to sum up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Suffice to say, how do I summarise a lot of what has been said? I think how I would summarise it is a moment of reflection. A moment of reflection. We've been talking about a year, haven't we? It's been a year for me as council leader, and very much looking at the budget and the council plan was a process of reflection and looking at what has been achieved, what some of the ambitions that perhaps haven't been achieved yet. So it's really important that when at a time where many councils are struggling to maintain those core services, that we're really clear about what our financial position allows us to do, that we very clearly articulate what our ambition is, and we articulate how we plan to deliver it, and that we've got resources to make sure that it is delivered. Our financial position, which we are very fortunate to have, does allow us to be really clear about what we can do and how we can do it. But also, it's really important that we are very clear about what is others' responsibility and how we lobby, encourage, influence and partner with them to achieve much on behalf of our residents. In the recent LGA peer review, which is there for all to see, our partners describe this local authority, which should be a consolation and an importance to all of us when we talk about much in this chamber, whether it be for members or for officers. Partners described this council already as amongst the very best local authority, not just good, amongst the very best that they work with. we had a peer review team who do what you and I do, sit in council chambers from different parties, sit amongst us and say, if only in their authority they could have the ambition and the track record of delivery that we have had. That shouldn't curtail our ambition, but actually, interestingly, they thought we tried too hard to achieve too much. This plan and this budget says, no, we will set out what we want to achieve and we will put our elbows to the grindstone to make sure we deliver it. So, Mr. Mayor, we have these three priorities. We have a plan that delivers and a budget where we can ensure that we can deliver those priorities, that people do enjoy and are happy living in our borough, where we can protect and ensure that environment flourishes, that we can provide and continue to provide good quality services that are improving, and that we're clear about our ambition, our plan, and our future resources so that we deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The vote will be for the medium-term financial strategy and budget update report as amended by the cross-party amendment that has been passed tonight. That is what the vote is about. The vote is open. Thank you, members. That's carried. It's passed. Item number 8, draft council plan. Proposal is the leader, Councillor Minnis-Bound.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As laid out in the council papers, I don't wish to repeat myself.
Thank you. Councillor Isaac, the seconder. Do you wish to speak now or reserve? Thank you. Councillor Watts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In the council plan, the foreword from the leader of the council, it mentions 93% satisfaction rate in the borough, 75% the council is well run, and 59% good value for money. So as Councillor James alluded to earlier, all those are down on our last survey. So I went looking for the data from this resident survey from July last year, and I couldn't find it, Mr. Mayor. It's not on the system anywhere. I mean, how can we pass judgment on those statistics when we can't find the data anywhere on the council ether anywhere? I want to know the demographics of that statistics, and I want to know the ward split down as well. So I'd like a guarantee from the council leader that he would give that information to all councillors. So I'd like that commitment. So we now go back to the council plan itself. There's actually no KPIs in this council plan. You have to go back to the cabinet meeting of the 7th of February to actually find the KPIs. So you're not really making it easy and accessible for councillors to understand the data behind this council plan.
So you talk on, back to the council plan again, you talk about regeneration. Southam and Buckskin, it says. The objection is to have a vision statement by 2024. So no KPIs for Southam and Buckskin regeneration, the two most deprived wards in the whole borough. Just a vision statement. This is embarrassing, Mr. Mayor, and it's shameful. And there's also no mention of regeneration in this plan about Winkleberry. I mean, after 17 years of this Tory administration, we've had no significant regeneration in the borough. I mean, councillors of our older age can remember the previous administration that we actually done Oakridge, Bishop's Green, Popley. You can just rolls off the tongue all these marvellous things regeneration the previous administration done. And you now go on to the KPIs. You say you want to improve recycling. Again, there's no baseline figures on these KPIs. I mean, how can you, what were you measuring against? I mean, if that came into a business, that would be just thrown out. We say we want to increase recycling in the next couple of years, but what is the baseline figure now? And it also mentions household glass collections. And in these KPIs, they're actually going downwards at the percentage in the next 3 years. So I don't understand that. And electrical charging points as well in the town. We have a stretched target of increasing it to 16 by the year 2023. What is it now? I mean, how can we have these targets? And you have a deprivation target where this council is going to generate initiatives to help 1,000 people. But how many people are we helping now? We helping 1,500, 2,000? We just don't know. So all these KPIs just don't have any baseline figures, and it's just not good enough, Mr. Mayor, and all this needs adding. We talk about deprivation in this borough. I mean, at the end of last year, the council published its indices on the website. It's useful for all councillors to actually have a look at, to see in their wards how deprivation has got worse.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In Southam, all the areas of Southam was actually decreased deprivation, increased actually, since 2015, sorry. And one area is now in the highest 20% in the whole of the country. This correlates with austerity. So access to healthcare is now very difficult. Now at Gillies, you have to wait 5 weeks. I remember back in the Blair government days, the Daily Mail was complaining you have to wait 3 days. It's 5 weeks. We have less police officers now than in 2010. We have drug dealing on our streets which is uncontrolled. We have a Sure Start that was closed several years ago in Southam, thus limiting the options for childcare. And we've had massive cuts to our services. And we're now paying more taxes than we have ever before.
If you could wind up, please.
Councillor Isaac, or Isaac, says, oh, the Tories are the party of low taxation. We're paying the highest taxation in this we've ever paid in our whole lives since the Second World War. So I've got plenty more to go on, but I won't be supporting this council plan because it is lacking in any detail. It is all over the place with its data, and it has no plans for regeneration and tackling inequality in this borough. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, follow that. You said much what I was going to say. Don't be fooled by the percentages. There is much room for improvement. A quick glance at page 37 shows that health and housing feature in both what makes an area a great place to live and what's most in need of improvement. So these are key areas of improvement we need to do with Basingstoke. We know what our problems are with housing. We don't have enough of it. We don't have a 5-year supply. We're in a bad place. Page 42. I have to bring this to your attention. Improve street and area cleanliness, including continue to tackle fly tipping and littering. And the metric, satisfaction with street cleaning. Well, I'm not satisfied with the state of some of our streets and none of my residents. Don't get me wrong, our cleaning teams do a tremendous job, but public has issues with the litter strewn around our borough, and they're not particularly discerning as to who owns the land or where it is. They see it on our busiest highways. They see it on the ring road. They see it on the slip road off the M3 at junction 6. It gives a really grim advertisement that you're entering Basingstoke. They see it in our shopping areas. They see it in the Gillies car park. You see it in Chinham. You see it around our district centres. And so often we're told, it's not our responsibility. It's not our land. But the residents don't see it that way. They pay their council tax and they expect it to be paying for cleaner streets, car parks and open spaces, irrespective of who owns the land. And they're not concerned about it at all. That excuse just doesn't wash with them. And then I had a look at page 43. A new hospital and improved local primary health services. Now, this new hospital's not going to happen. It was another empty Boris promise. And if we were to have a new hospital, the terms that we would have, the service level agreements, we'd need to fight to keep the services we currently enjoy at the hospital that we've got in Basingstoke. Services that we could lose. And we'd have to go to Winchester, a settlement a third our size, to have the sort of things that we currently enjoy at Basingstoke, which is a great hospital. It's just suffering from a really serious maintenance backlog, as I hasten to add is a lot of our social housing. The front page of the Gazette today says that the new Chinham surgery isn't going to happen. And those of us involved with Winklebury Regen know that it's being sold short on its regeneration proposals as well. And I say there is two reasons why we're in the mess we're in. The first one is 13 years of Tory government, and the second one is 17 years of Tory council. Thank you.
Councillor Eaches.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm pleased to seek support for this council plan before us this evening and recommend its adoption. I wish to take this time to highlight the important work being done to continue to prioritise tackling the climate change. Basingstoke and Dean is leading the way in this area. The recent peer review commented on how progressed we are and said that the amount of resource and actions in this area is more than any other authority they have seen. Since declaring a climate emergency in 2019, in which we set ambitious targets, we have reduced our own emissions by 2/3. However, if we are to be a net zero carbon borough by 2030, everyone needs to do their bit. We as a council take our responsibility seriously and will continue to enable, encourage and educate residents on what can be done. To support the council plan, we have allocated funds for a new green team to make Basingstoke and Dean even more green. This is really exciting. The team will be knocking on doors, meeting residents face to face, offering them advice to help them better understand how to make a real difference in the fight against climate change. They will provide advice on energy saving measures, signposts to support and offer guidance, including grant applications and understanding utility bills. This will include paying for EPCs to enable people to access grant funding. They will be able to target specific areas and will be out and about on the ground to advise on cutting emissions from travel, how to improve the natural environment and reduce waste. The natural environment is also extremely important to this borough and the council plan supports this. We have declared an ecological emergency. We have invested heavily in a team of dedicated rangers who assist in improving our natural environment, working with many volunteers across the borough, and ongoing projects include carbon sequestration and projects to protect our chalk streams. We have been trialling HVO waste fuel in our mower fleets and are now launching this in other vehicles. It is a priority to decarbonise our fleet of vehicles, and we are working with Serco to get HVO in our waste lorries. We continue to work hard to increase recycling rates and are working with Hampshire to broaden what can be recycled, whilst ensuring there are sustainable markets for these products.
and encouraging the reduction of waste in the first place. We are investing by employing a new post, a new head of climate change. We are also recognise the need to take actions to improve EV charging. Whilst we have already installed a number of new charging points, more are needed. We have allocated funding to support Hampshire to roll out on-street chargers, and we will look to ensure new local plan policies support EV chargers in the home, and are working on a strategy to bring together all the threads of work being done around EV charging. The budget allocates funds for an EV charging club to allow those that don't use a car all the time to benefit from low carbon travel. The Council's new Green Identity, Sustainable Basingstoke, has launched to help us engage with different groups of residents to encourage joint and individual action on climate emergency. We recently surveyed local town, parish council and community groups because we want to support and encourage them to tackle climate change, and based on this we have now made additional support available to help them drive sustainable behaviour change within their communities. We are launching a walking and cycling campaign to help cut carbon emissions, and this campaign asks people to choose to walk or cycle more often, especially if they can for shorter journeys. We also cannot forget bigger projects that are required, and that is why I've been working with officers and cabinet, and will continue to do so, to look to increase renewable energy generation in the borough, especially in relation to wind and solar, which will mean needing the support for planning policy that provides a positive framework within which to consider proposals for renewables. We have already invested in and have now begun to undertake a study of rooftop solar potential across the borough, which will then allow for positive conversation with building owners to encourage solar on their buildings. And so you understand the scale of this will mean assessing at least 1,500 roofs.
1 minute.
This is not everything we are doing, but a canter through of what we are to show the importance of tackling climate change and showing that the council plan supports this priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Mr Mayor, I rise to welcome this exciting plan for the future of Basingstoke and Deane. This document is more than just a council strategy, it is a roadmap towards a brighter, greener, flourishing borough. Together with our budget this evening, our plan supports the strong, responsive public services our residents expect, with among the highest per head spends of any district council in England, while recognising the current cost of living challenges by freezing the borough's portion of council tax. Our council plan reaffirms our commitment to support the vulnerable across our borough. Through our nationally recognised social inclusion partnership, we have seen levels of rough sleeping plummet and the prevention of B&B use for all but 5% of households seeking assistance. For those who struggle to afford a home of their own, we have overseen the delivery of 782 new affordable homes for residents in the last 2 years, well ahead of target, and the highest affordable housing delivery in Hampshire. For first-time buyers, our plan for Basingstoke and Deane continues our successful policy of own home loans, enables the delivery of first homes, and supports our work to promote shared ownership through low-cost home ownership events at this civic centre. Our plan also provides the framework for a bold investment in our town. Working with partners, our new regeneration service will allow us to deliver significant residential regeneration. From the regeneration of small sites to the current plans for Winklebury and the development of a vision for Buckskin and South Ham, working collaboratively with partners will allow us to secure new affordable homes, improve the quality of affordable homes, and secure community gain. I want to assure members that Basingstoke West regeneration is a top priority for me. To answer Councillor Jones, consultation will form a central pillar of any regeneration for Buckskin and South Ham. To answer Councillor Watts, productive conversations are currently ongoing with Sovereign on the development of a vision that can be put to local residents. On Winklebury, Councillor Cubitt and Councillor Watts suggested that Winklebury is somehow not a priority. I would remind them that we have brought Vivid and public sector partners to the table, and a £60 million regeneration scheme is currently pending. I hope to see Development Control support it. And so, my friends, fellow councillors, I commend this plan to the Council.
Thank you, Councillor Ganesh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to support this council plan and adopt. I would like to pick up on a couple of the points on the plan. One is around achieving and the adoption of the local plan for our borough to guide the right type of development, including new affordable homes to meet our borough's needs and local circumstances that responds to our changing demographics. So just to give you an update on that, following EPH committee, the council will be responding to the current government consultation on proposed changes to the planning system and the NPPF, requesting the deletion of the standard methods as the starting point for determining housing need. So changes to the system should support local areas calculating their housing requirement on an objective basis using local up-to-date data. So we will be submitting those to the government's consultation. So the modelling work on housing need has been commissioned to enable the council to consider a suitable housing number for the local plan moving forward. Further work on constraints is also being undertaken as it's the completion of the evidence-based support that can complement the Regulation 18 consultation later this year. So the forthcoming consultation will help all the stakeholders, residents, and all the interested parties to shape the plan and continue the conversation about developing the right plan suitable for the borough, shaped by the residents. So that's one thing. The second point I would like to pick up on is the enabling urban and rural communities to develop neighbourhood plans to improve their local areas. So the council continues proactively to work with communities in supporting the development of neighbourhood plans. At this very meeting later today, the 13th neighbourhood plan is due to be made. So the further extending the wide coverage of neighbourhood plans across the borough to shape the local areas. So such plans enables local community to have a real say over the future of their areas and ensure that development meets their need for their locality.
Councillor Ganesh, just demo one.
A number of other...
No, Councillor Ganesh. Members, I did ask at the beginning of this council meeting that anybody who's invited to speak from the mayor is treated to an environment of silence. There are people here who suffer from hard of hearing. Please respect both those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A number of other plans are progressing well, whilst a growing number of areas are now looking to review and update their existing neighbourhood plans to ensure they meet objectives into the future. The council will continue to support communities this year, guiding them through any changes that are made to the planning system at the national level. To support all these key functions, we have allocated additional resources to fund 2 more the planning apprenticeships and 2 planning assistants and technicians to the team to deliver the service at the highest level for the residents. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cubitt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things I just want to disabuse everybody of. Firstly, Councillor Minas Bound mentioned the peer review, and I've gone through it. And I'm sure you're all very aware of a little political tactic which politicians and political parties use, which is when they want an answer, they instruct the presiding inspector or judge, and they give them a very narrow scope. And then that narrow scope then delivers the result that they get. So I would like to remind you that whilst we're being led to believe that this peer review congratulates us on what a wonderful job we're doing, it did nothing of the sort, because the scope was to look at the draft plan, which we're being asked to approve tonight, to consider whether our priorities were clear and informed, whether the council provides effective local leadership, and governance and culture, etc., etc. The process is not designed to provide any technical assessment, and the peer team just uses their experience to reflect on the information presented to them by the people they met. And the central tenet of this peer challenge was the draft council plan that you guys are being asked to approve. So it was not about the competence of this administration in delivering all the promises that they promised forever. The other thing that Councillor Minas-Band suggested was that this was a very intense plan that involved lots of parties, and I hope you've all noticed that 54 people bothered to engage in the consultation. I can't understand how we as a council are incapable of getting more than 54 people to respond to something as important as a council plan that doesn't even need to be rewritten until 2024, but will, do you see, mean that the KPIs are going to be different because we won't be having to look at the previous results because we've suddenly miraculously created all these new actions to be delivered by community groups. And hey, it's not my fault, Gov, when we don't meet the new KPIs. I too, like Councillor Watt, looked at great length for the comprehensive document, which we normally have, 78 pages. All we got was a headline. I've requested it. I haven't received it either. I very much hope that we do get the 78 page, because the only 78 page on the website is 2019, and we're 2023 now. Finally, I would just really like to go back to a point that I touched on the budget and why I really have no confidence in this council plan, and I certainly won't be supporting it, is that over the years since I've been a council, we've promised everything. We've promised that we're going to support our culture, and then Councillor Minas-Band went and removed the grant for the Anvil. Well, I mean, how can you say on one side, push me, pull you, that you're supporting our culture, and then on the other, remove a grant to an organisation that is so precious to our community in the middle of a pandemic? Let's talk about kicking someone when it really hurts at the worst time. And then say that you're being so generous with your largesse with the capital programme when it's a property that belongs to us and it was incumbent upon us to look after the roof and the exterior building. I don't know how we ended up in such an outrageous, egregious position where we reduced them to their knees at the worst possible time and then removed all their money. I mean, that is not an administration that supports the culture and well-being of our residents, because culture is integral to the well-being of our organisation. Then there are so many other examples. I don't want to bore you, but we've got the Anvil, we've got the cameras, which is a catastrophe. We've got, even on the headlines, they're not great. 53% of our residents think sport and leisure services, they've got satisfaction. I mean, that's not very high, is it? Considering we had a brilliant sports strategy that we're supposed to have implemented and almost nothing that's being done on that sports strategy. So I don't quite know why we spend all this money and all this time promising things and spending vast amounts of money on nice glossies.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Lots of glossies, right? And not delivering on any of them. Words, words, words. I'm so sick of words. I would like to see some action, and I don't believe you guys are capable of delivering.
Councillor Fillmore.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just going to go back to this matter of freezing car parking. To be honest, that's not what's going to happen in the villages, Overton, Woodchurch and other areas. We've heard some great support from Councillor Rattigan, Councillor Slimming about local shops and local services. That's not sustainable if you start implementing car parking charges in the villages. I'd like to see the proposer of the budget withdraw those charges.
Thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's the prerogative of any administration to come forward with the council plan. I get that. And I'd like to thank the officer team for supporting the administration in coming forward with the council plan, because as you would support any administration in that regard, that is a very important part of the process, and it's a lot of hard work that goes into it. The point is that it's a council plan that is owned by the administration. This is your council plan. These are your ideas. These are your policies. These are the things that you are putting your name to. 17 years of a Conservative administration in Basingstoke and Deane, and we have this as the best you can offer the people of Basingstoke and Deane. I think you can do a lot better than this. on Manydown, on climate change, on regeneration, on the town centre, on Basingview, on our voluntary sector, on planning. Yeah, where do we want to start? You're telling us now that everything in the future is going to be rosy because of what you're going to do now. You cannot deny the history of what you have been responsible for. And I respect that there are many new members on that side of the chamber, and there are many of you that disagree on Manydown. There are many of you that disagree on lots of things. You can't just say that everything begins today and it's going to be rosy in 4 or 5 years' time. It doesn't work like that. You own your history and you try, I'm sorry, to wash it away. You can't. It is a part of this. That's why this council plan, or any council plan, has got to address the concerns and the issues that are present today. And things like the Anvil, the leisure park or the town centre do matter, because you've been at them for years. And we still have got major issues. And yes, the pandemic has hit us hard. Of course it has. Yes, the economic issues have hit us hard, and you aren't responsible for that. That's your national government that have screwed that up royally in the past year. I get that. But it's our residents that are facing those issues and those challenges. And yes, the COLAF fund has made a difference. And yes, the housing associations are doing the best they can, but they're failing in goodness knows how many other areas too. We could carry on in terms of talking about your lovely ideas and the language you're using, but it doesn't actually always relate to reality. And I just wish you would touch base with reality a little bit more in your council plan. So when you talk about regeneration, you haven't touched Buckskin, you haven't touched Southam or Norden in 17 years, and it's took you nearly 16 years to come up with Winkleberry. That's pretty shocking, actually. We did have a very good record on Oak Ridge and a very good record on Bishop's Green, and I wish that had carried on in the administration that took over. And the fact that it's took you 17 years now to realise you want to do something about it is pretty shocking. I think on regeneration, that is a serious issue. I think on the economy, that is also important. I think our businesses are actually crying out for far more support from this council than they're currently getting. And it's not just about us, you are quite right about getting other people to spend their money. It's about how we galvanise and use the council plan to galvanise that support for our small business community sector. Yes, absolutely critical, as other councillors have referenced. But it's our big business as well that matters equally so. Holding them here, keeping them here and giving them a town centre they can be proud of. A town centre our communities can be proud of. A Basingview our communities can be proud of. And so on. I just think if you look at the council plan, it's a lot of words and there's an awful lot of emphasis being placed in areas where actually some more detail is required. To make a council plan really live and really come to life so that people can have confidence and feel it's got something tangible to it and it isn't just a list of bullet points. It isn't just a list of lines. It needs to have more to it. Our housing services, of course, are really, really strong. To be congratulated, you've done a blooming good job there, and our officers should be congratulated for that. But go out there and talk to people about the housing concerns that they have, and that should be informing your council plan.
Just
that
under
should be
1
directing
minute,
the
Councillor.
challenge we have to address the issues they face. I just wish you'd touch base with reality a little bit more than coming out with lots of nice words and lots of nice platitudes, but actually the council plan doesn't mean much to actually most of the population when they read it. We've got to connect better than this as a council in a time of a cost of living crisis and in a period when people need this council to step up and be much bigger, much, much bigger than I see the ambition at the moment in this council plan.
Thank you. Councillor Laura James.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to also carry on with that theme about touching base with reality. I mean, I want to talk about parks and open spaces, and that you talk about the reality, you want to, how much you value those spaces. If you look at what you did to Eastrop Park, it's shocking, really. And if you think about those people that, when we were down there, we were talking to the residents in Eastrop Park and using it, and they just will not now use that park because of that cost that you've incurred. And that you actually are charging people to use a park. And councillors on the other side can shake their head and say that that's not the reality. But when we were talking to people, they said that if there was a charge, that they wouldn't afford that. And it's going to impact on the use of that park. And it's an amazing park. But for us to actually charge people to access open space that we have is shocking. It's their space and we're charging them to use it. And at the same time, if you want to poo or want to wee in Memorial Park, where do you go? You have to go behind a bush because we don't have public toilets. That is disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful in such a beautiful park as Memorial Park. And then if you, like in our ward, if you've got equipment that is broken within the park, and a lot of areas within our ward, there are pieces of equipment that have broken, there isn't the budget to actually repair that. We've got a £50,000 budget to repair broken equipment. We've got 147 parks across the borough. So you can't be caring for our parks if that's what you're saying. Because what happens is they can't repair those pieces of equipment, so they cover them over. So many parks within our wards are covered over because they can't repair them. And then you've got the issue of what are we going to do to regenerate those parks? Because regeneration can be many things. It doesn't just need to be about the big items. It can be about the environmental regeneration. And if you look at that, there are, within our ward, there are parks that are not going to be regenerated for over 18 years. They're tired, they're lacking in equipment because it's not been repaired, and they need to be loved. This administration doesn't care about parks, it doesn't care about open space. You can't care about it. And this is a very poor and very lacking in any ambition council plan. It's a lot of guff, it's a lot of words.
Councillor Jones.
Regeneration. It's nice to hear you're interested now. It's only taken 17 years for a vision. Quite a few years ago, we was talking about many down, and I was actually representing Buckskin at the time. Oh, that would be good for Buckskin. We'd have plenty of money. We'd regenerate it. South Ham Extension will be the prime one. It's been forgotten. Now suddenly you're not that popular anymore. You're suddenly waking up. It's politics. I'm sorry, you're not living in the real world. You don't come round the estates. If you want to come round and see what's actually happening there, come round with me. I've taken the director, taken the chief executive round. If you want to know about housing, what the problems are, get down there, come with me. You might end up with a proper council plan and see what green spaces we got in South Ham, not many, and how well they're kept in places, very well in some places, other places not as well. It needs you lot to wake up, but hopefully you won't be there next year, because we may, as oppositions, not this party, but a lot of us, take control, and then we'll see we're doing better. Thank you.
Councillor Vokes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to thank officers in all departments of the borough for their participation in the creation of this draft council plan. It's been a massive piece of work, belied by the relative brevity of the documents in our papers. As the research data shows us, our population in the borough has increased by over 10% since 2011. We all know that many of our roads and local services have serious challenges coping with this increase. However, satisfaction levels remain very high, and this is based in a large part on people feeling safe in their neighbourhoods and having access to our beautiful open spaces. We also know that the borough offers great sports and leisure facilities, but satisfaction levels with these facilities are lower than we'd like them to be. We will refresh our playing pitch and facility strategies this year, following the update to our leisure and recreational needs assessment. We will work with our partners to improve access to safe walking and cycling routes, as well as improving facilities to encourage participation in exercise and sports. These are key elements of our health and well-being strategy to address obesity and improve mental as well as physical health. I welcome the council plan as it sets out clear aspirations and actions which reflect the views and concerns expressed by our residents and partners. This plan shows how we will act on the big issues facing us, such as climate change, achieving the right level of housing development, ensuring the borough remains a great place for businesses and attractive for its cultural, sporting and leisure offer. As the portfolio holder for partnerships, I am pleased that it includes activities and initiatives which enable our local communities, which are the bedrock of our society, to be great places to live, where families and individuals thrive. These include tackling antisocial behaviour and combating domestic abuse, supporting people most affected by the rising cost of living, deprivation and inequalities, and delivering our exciting programme of improvements to our sporting and leisure facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Radigan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wasn't going to speak on this, but it's funny, I sort of agree with some of what Councillor Harvey has said. We have not always delivered for this borough, and for what I did wrong as a leader, I say sorry. But my plea is for us all to look forward, to use this as a framework to improve this borough and make it a better place for all of us and all of our residents.
Thank you. Councillor McIntyre.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, like Councillor Rattigan, I wasn't actually going to speak to this. I've just took some points down again. I'm learning on the job. So I want to back up what Councillor said about our facilities within the borough. Sport England produces statistics on number of adults who are aged 16 plus who are active. Best performing district in the southeast of England. Can you guess where I'm going with this? It's us. We provide the Basingstoke Sports Centre, the Aquadrome, Tadley Health and Sports Centre, Indoor Tennis Centre, we have Active Life, Downgrange, and yes, we do have Planet Ice and a well-performing football team playing at the Winklebury Football Complex. That's why this borough punches above its weight, producing young athletes like Gemma Finch, recently 4th in the UK all-time indoor list, Basingstoke athletes Stefan Olohan and Oscar Harvey-Nash winning gold and bronze respectively at the Under-20 Championships. Basingstoke's Tom Sicklemore County Cross Country Championship. This council's policies are why we were able to have 160 athletes turn up for the Basingstoke and Mid-Hants Athletic Club in their annual track and field championships at Downgrange last year. And to conclude, finally, if you want to talk housing, last year this borough was the second highest performing authority in the southeast of England for delivery of affordable housing. That's a target I think we should be proud of, okay? Thank you.
Councillor Isaac.
Mr. Mayor, I'm very happy to own this council plan. I think it sets out some very clear priorities on the big issues, and there's a strong implementation plan attached to it. There's lots of detail in there, and contrary to what Councillor Cubitt says, it is about working with our partners. We can't do everything. It's unrealistic. What we're aiming to do here is work with people like Vivid and Sovereign to bring forward regeneration in Winklebury and South Ham. That's how you achieve things, not by taking them on and rubbishing them. Sometimes I sort of wonder if we're occupying the same borough. But I'm glad to see that our residents don't agree. That scientific survey does demonstrate that 75% say that they think the council is well run, and 93% say that they're very satisfied with living in the borough. Those are sky high in terms of other councils. And once again, Councillor McCormack is already spreading gloom and doom about a new hospital before it's even been built. There's Basing View is being transformed. As we've heard tonight from Councillor Carr and Councillor McIntyre, what we've been achieving in terms of housing delivery, particularly affordable housing, is fantastic. Our finances are strong, and they enable us, unlike practically any council across the land, to bring forward new and improved services for our residents. And because we've got strong finances, we're one of the first councils in the land to direct much needed financial assistance to those residents hit hard by the cost of living through the COLAF fund. And on the anvil, we're still the major contributor to the anvil. And if the capital programme's approved this evening, we're about to spend £3 million on the anvil doing repairs. We're going to be doing work that, frankly, the anvil should have got round to doing, but, you know, it's our building, as you say. So I think this is a good council plan taking us through to 2027, and by all means, I share the view of councillors like Councillor Harvey that we need to work together, and so in that spirit, I would urge councillors to support the plan tonight.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Mayor is bound to sum up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In danger of using words, I'm afraid. And to be based in reality. So what was the reality check? What has been the reality check when this council plan has been created? There have been lots of conversations. I think I've done a little bit of research as well as Councillor Watts has suggested. I can't find the resident survey on the website either. It should be, and I will commit to speak to the officers to ensure that that data is published. But that wasn't the only place as far as where we started. It was a good place to start because you can get a rather jaded view of our borough if you were to listen to everything said in this chamber. Most of our residents have a very different view, and they've told us that loud and clear. Public consultation's a tricky one, isn't it? Because actually, I have some empathy with Councillor Cubitt on this one because we've spent a lot of time consulting our residents, and if we haven't heard what they've said by now, then that is shame on us. But actually, we've also spent a lot of time talking to all sorts of people who see our borough from a different street corner. Whether that's people who look after our most vulnerable in the public and the voluntary sector, or whether those people who serve our residents in their businesses and our businesses in their businesses. All of those people were involved in a conversation about the creation of this plan. So I urge you to support the voices of those people, those businesses and those organisations. To pick up on the point that Councillor Isaac mentioned as far as culture, we're also doing some really, really interesting things with culture. I absolutely agree about how wonderful the Streets Alive project is and look forward to seeing it rolled out across different wards in our borough. But we have also created the Cultural Compact with extra funding, with some really key partners like the Arts Council. What did that Cultural Compact say to me as the council leader in their very first meeting, so that we understand what their view of arts and culture as a landscape is in our borough? That this is the best opportunity we have ever had, is what they said to me. So I think we should ponder on that for a moment before we poo-poo what is inside this council plan. I would also suggest that quite a lot of council members also have some reflection and perhaps need to own some of their history when it comes to some of the things that this council plan is trying to do or undo. So, Mr. Mayor, in summary, what have I heard from my colleagues who work so hard as portfolio holders in the Cabinet and my colleagues across the chamber? I've heard action, action, action. I've heard delivery, delivery, delivery. Not only now, but also some very specific actions for the future, which is why I encourage, for the benefit of all our residents, everybody in this chamber, to support this council plan. It comes from our borough, it's for our borough, and it's for us to action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been proposed and seconded, and this is a vote for the draft council plan 2023-2027. Right. Vote is complete. That is carried. Item number 10 is the capital programme update and strategy report for 2023 through 2026-27. Councillor Isaac, I understand you're proposing.
I am, Mr. Mayor. With your permission. So, Mr. Mayor, this is the capital programme update and strategy report for 2022-23 to 26-27. This strategy sets out how this council will finance, allocate and manage capital investment into services that are vital to our residents. The updated capital programme to 26-27 is a very significant 135.128 million, with a net increase to the overall capital programme for this year of £17.48 million. I would like to highlight the following new priorities. Home improvement assistance for disabled people of £1.5 million. Play area improvements totalling £352,000. The new community infrastructure fund that Councillor Vaux spoke of, totalling £2.2 million. A revival of the local infrastructure fund, which was so successful and so popular with so many of our communities, wishing to get our support to invest in community facilities. A new heating system at Tadley Pool of £180,000, which will help to reduce CO2 emissions from the pool. And in addition, £310,000 for the movable floor upgrade at Tadley Pool. Very sophisticated pool. We also have, I'm pleased to confirm, and I hope this is going to get support tonight from the opposition, repairs and improvements to the Anvil and Haymarket of nearly £3 million to do essential roof repairs and other works. Delivery of cycle and walking improvements of £1.4 million. On the sort of negative side, there has been some disappointment, chiefly in relation to many down north, because infrastructure funding has not been has to be pushed out because we have not yet concluded the negotiations on the drawdown of the land. It is absolutely essential that we get the right terms agreed in drawing down the land if we're going to be able to ensure that we build good quality homes with the affordable housing that everyone wants, and also that it will be a viable scheme. The capital programme is resourced from the council's own funds, capital receipts and external grants, along with Section 106 developer contributions, and I recommend approval of the capital programme to council tonight.
Thank you. And Councillor Ennis-Bound, you're seconding this?
I am, but I reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Mr.
reserve your
Mayor.
right to speak. Okay. Now, we have a cross-party amendment tabled, and that is being proposed by Councillor Andy McCormack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Conscious of the time, we might have to move standing orders a minute. So I'm proposing an amendment to the capital programme on parking and the prioritised residence parking scheme for carbon neutral borough. Our parking continues to be a big problem, especially when considering we are falling behind providing charge facilities for new electric car owners in residential areas. So what we're proposing is a £1 million addition to the capital budget as outlined in the order paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Gavin James, you're seconding the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll second very quickly. As Councillor McCormack's already outlined, parking remains a massive issue in large parts of the town, indeed some rural areas as well. It's very frustrating not to be able to park anywhere near your house. It's become more frustrating as electric vehicles become more common. And it means that we do have to think very carefully with these PIRA schemes how we make sure we future-proof them with the electric, either the electric the charging points going in now, or perhaps laying cables or something so we can plug them in later. The other thing we've got to think about is in some of those streets that have been on the PIRA scheme for many years where we simply haven't been able to come up with a scheme, they're generally places very limited on space where we can't put charging points because it would narrow the pavement too much. Some of this has got to be start thinking about where are those people going to charge their cars, so where locally, which district centres should we be prioritising for those people, because we do need Basingstoke to go electric. So it's obviously a cross-party scheme, and it's explained very well, laid out in the proposed amendments. I'll say no more so others can speak.
Thank you. I have Councillor Kosnesko to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Council's own independent survey found that nearly a third of residents across our borough cited parking provision as one of the local services that was most in need of improvement. It ranks behind only road and pavement repairs in terms of its importance, and as we know, those are the responsibility of Hampshire County Council. So there's a very clear message coming from our residents. We need to build more parking spaces, and we do. We've successfully operated our parking in residential areas programme for a number of years now, and that programme is making a difference. We've built hundreds of new spaces in scores of streets across our borough over the past few years. But despite all of this good work, I'm sometimes left feeling slightly uneasy when we build these new parking spaces. Creating extra bays so that we can park more of our diesel and petrol-powered vehicles doesn't quite sit that comfortably with the climate emergency that we've declared as a borough. I'm sure that many others in the chamber will feel that way too. So tonight we've got an opportunity to put that right by expanding the PIRA programme for our carbon-neutral borough. So this involves investing, as we've already heard, an extra £1 million, along with the £1 million that we've already agreed as part of the Climate Change Reserve, to build on the success of the PIRA programme, to ensure that it continues for the lifetime of the capital programme horizon, and also with the additional target of making sure that the bays that we build are future-proof for electric vehicles. We propose funding this extra investment from the currently unallocated capital reserves, specifically the revenue reserves for capital purposes, which are currently standing at nearly £18 million. So can we afford to do this? Well, if you look at the section 151 officers report at the bottom of the update, and the update to the updates, the one with 2 pages printed there, then you'll see that we quite clearly can. So there's nothing holding us back. So please be bold, please be ambitious. Let's listen to our residents' concerns and also take into account our climate and ecological emergencies and future-proof our on-street parking provision for PIRA for the carbon-neutral borough. Thank you.
Councillor Minnisbound.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I welcome this amendment. If nothing else, it's moved the conversation forwards. When I was the portfolio holder responsible for PIRA, I was told when I went to one of our committees, don't mess with any of the criteria of what we are trying to achieve. So the fact that we are considering how important it is to not only look at parking, but also ensure that we've got EV infrastructure, I'm completely supportive of the amendment.
Thank you. I have no more speakers. Councillor McCormack, do you want to sum up?
I don't think there's any need, Chair. I'm happy to move to vote.
Thank you. Members, are we agreed on the amendment as tabled? Agreed. Thank you. Do I have any, that is passed. Do I have any speakers on the amended substantive motion? Councillor Cratigan.
I'd like to speak on the capital programme. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to congratulate the administration for the time and effort to pick out some really great things to invest in. We may not agree on everything that's in it, but I think the direction of travel is the right one. But also I'd like to speak for people who can't speak for themselves. Councillor Carruthers and the Deputy Mayor Leakes are not in the position to speak for their wards. So I would just like to highlight how hard they worked with the administration to get that funding for Tadley Pool. I think it is vital that an area which seems to not be in everyone's eye line gets the benefits of it. They weren't outside the pool getting photo opportunities. They were in the cabinet talking to the administration to make sure that the money was in place. It is great to see that behind the scenes, we all can make a difference if we speak to people. So I commend both councillors for Tadley and Councillor Frost, who's made great efforts to ensure that the movable floor and the air pump heating were installed and were going to get the right amount of funding. But also, very quickly, I'd like to say that, yes, there is slippage on it. So I hope to see, as we move through this financial year, that the Kingsclere Village Club get the energy efficiencies that it should do, and Councillor Morrow, myself and Councillor Frost will at least be warm when we go to a Kingsclere Parish Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Isaac, do you want to sum up?
No, I think I've said all I need to say. Thank you. I always like agreement, Gavin.
Members, as Councillor Sturman, do you want to speak? Technically, because it's gone to summing up. You can't. Right. The capital programme has been, as amended, it's been proposed and seconded. Have we got agreement? Thank you. Right, the time, it's 9:25. We have to suspend standing orders. I propose we extend the council till 10:30. We have I believe it's about 9 questions to get through. We should do that. I propose it from the chair.
I'm happy to second it.
Are we agreed? Agreed. Thank you very much. Right. Would it be convenient to have a 2 or 3 minute comfort break? Back in 5. Please be seated, members. Right, we move on to the Treasury Management Strategy. This will be moved from the Chair
I'm happy to second it.
and seconded by the Deputy Mayor. Do we have any speakers to the Treasury Management Strategy? Councillor McCormack. You beat me to it, members. Just hang your fire. Councillor McCormack.
Actually, you know what? I'll forego my question. Move things on.
Councillor Cubitt.
Yeah, I just want to highlight to all the council members that on the one hand it says the Section 151 officer is responsible for all the decisions, but the Section 151 officer explained very explicitly to us at the last accounts meeting that if something goes wrong with the decision, if it's within the strategy which we're approving tonight, then it's our responsibility. And the strategy has changed quite significantly since Kevin Jaquest's time, and we are taking on significantly more risks than we used to. So it isn't as anodyne as you might think, and the responsibility doesn't lie wholly with the 151, because the 151 can say, but you guys accepted the strategy and you've accepted the repos. So I hope you all know what repos are, because you've just allowed her to go out and buy some. Bye.
Members, are we agreed? Thank you. Move on to the next one, agenda item number 12, capital investment strategy. Once again, I will move this from the Chair.
Happy to second it, Mr. Mayor.
Do I have any speakers to it? Councillor McCormack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I do have a question on that. Property investment strategy, page 276. There's some very large round numbers there, quite vague really. And I know what the 2023 estimate is. That appears to be the Premier Inn. But why have we got recurring £10 million amounts? That's quite a significant amount of money. Are we seriously looking at buying a hotel a year for the next 5 years? That's my first question. And the second question is, there's asset sales figure, estimate 2023-24 on page 277 of £20 million. That's a lot of money. What is that all about? Are we selling something off, like the golf course next to Leisure Park, for instance? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. You have asked two questions. Of course, in this forum, that doesn't go anywhere. However, the Section 151 officer will get back to you in writing. No, I would rather leave it. Would get back to you in writing, because normally in this process we don't have questions to officers. But thank you for posing that. That being said, are we agreed on the capital investment strategy? Thank you very much.
You need to check. You need to check whether there's anybody who doesn't agree. That wasn't very clear.
Is there anybody who doesn't agree to this? That's fine. Thank you very much. There is a very specific reason for any new councillors of why that question is asked. I assume that the group leaders will answer that question if it starts within their groups. Right. We move on to something that's very dear to my heart. Bear in mind, you probably know my background within this council, and it's Councillor Ganesh to propose the adoption of the Eastwood Neighbourhood Plan. It's one of the, I just want to remind some members who probably don't know it. I used to be the chairman of the board for a Hampshire-wide affordable housing organisation. I did that during my time as chair of DC here. And we have been in the lead in the whole of the county of Hampshire of actually making neighbourhood plans. And we're seen as to be the leader. As an example, other districts take us as an example, and this is yet another one. Councillor Ganesh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was pleased to hear the referendum results last month, 19th January, when East Woodley residents decided to vote, over 95% of the residents decided to vote in favour of the plan and voted the plan to become part of the development of the parish. The plan will be used to determine the planning applications within the parish for the future. So I highly commend all the hard work gone into completing this neighbourhood plan over recent years by the local community to develop this plan, and congratulate them on the referendum results to have almost 90 or more than 95% of the residents who voted to support that plan. Our council will continue to support the neighbourhood planning, which enables local communities to have a real say over the future and ensure that development meets the local needs for their area. So I cannot wait to join you and congratulate the residents and parish council at Mayor's Parlour next month. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much. I don't know that I need a seconder to this, but do I have a seconder? Councillor Faulkner. You will be seconding this? Yeah. Do you wish to speak now or reserve? You're reserved. Thank you. And noted, Councillor Isaac. Councillor Fillmore.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. I can't let your comments go unchallenged about neighbourhood plans. I respect your opinion, but in reality, neighbourhood plans are not worth the paper they're written on if we haven't got a 5-year land supply.
Councillor Isaac.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, may I join in praising and congratulating Councillor Paul Hurst and his Neighbourhood Plan Steering Group for all their hard, excellent work over such a long time in bringing forward this neighbourhood plan for the parishes in my ward, covering Walton Hill, Broad Layings, Ball Hill, East End, Gore, Heath End, Hollington, North End and East Woody. As the Minister Michael Gove says, adopting a plan will be the best form of community action and protection, and I'm sure that this plan, contrary to Councillor Phillimore's views, will now help to ensure that East Woodhay evolves more in keeping with how its local residents want it to, protecting and preserving its rural character for the future within the AONB. This work will have lasting effect and reflects well on a strong community. This neighbourhood plan will be the borough's 13th, and in my ward I'm pleased and impressed that 2 further neighbourhood plans are coming forward. Edginswell, Bishop's Green and Sidmonton is about to go to referendum, and Highclere is making good progress. And this is something that will be music to your ears, Mr. Mayor. This compares to 10 neighbourhood plans in Hart and 7 in Test Valley. So it is right that this evening I commend our excellent planning team who so ably assist our local communities in navigating their way through to the finishing line with these important neighbourhood plans. I know for a fact that the East Woody group were grateful for the support and advice they received. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to join my ward colleagues, Councillor Isaac and Councillor Faulkner, in welcoming today's adoption of a neighbourhood plan for East Woody. The new neighbourhood plan is a testament to the collaborative spirit and resourcefulness of the community across East Woody, but we have not reached this moment without the determination and vision of the steering group and East Woody Parish Council. With the adoption of this neighbourhood plan, the Council is sending a clear message that the voices of our residents, particularly in Evingar, matter, that the aspirations of the community must set the agenda and define the future. There is much to commend in this plan, from the commitment to protect the rural character of our villages, enhance our green spaces, and protect the North Wessex Downs area of outstanding natural beauty. East Woody have set a clear benchmark. Moreover, with a neighbourhood plan in place, the parish will receive a greater proportion of the financial contributions from any new development and will now receive 25% of new community infrastructure levy raised. John Isaac, Graham Faulkner and I have been pleased to support the progress of this neighbourhood plan along the way, and I'm delighted to recommend its adoption.
Thank you. No more speakers. Councillor Faulkner, do you want to speak?
Just briefly, in paying tribute to the steering committee and the parish council over a period of 7 years, I just wanted to give you a flavour of what it's like to try and produce one of these plans. It was in the second half of last year, the draft plan went to the examiner. And if you look at page 341, you'll see that there's a map of East Woody. Well, the examiner transposed onto it the solar nitrate neutrality, or the test river catchment area. And you'll notice the blue area, there's a very slight patch which transgresses into East Woody, which wasn't realised at the time. Now that patch is in fact Pilot Hill, which is nearly 900 foot high, and we sincerely hope that there will never be a building stuck on the top of Pilot Hill. Although I do sympathise with Councillor Phillimore, because 2 weeks ago the Development Control Committee approved a dwelling to be built smack bang in the view number 1 in this plan, which is a pity. But the examiner then sent the plan back to the parish because although Natural England had said East Woody is not part of the solar nitrate neutrality area, because of that little patch, they had to go back and do a nitrate mitigation review and then submit that. And that took 3 months. I fully expected, with all the other setbacks over 7 years, the team and the parish council might say, we are battered to death, we give up, that's it. But bless them, they soldiered on, they got it done, and here we are today with the plan in front of you for approval. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ganesh, do you want to sum up?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Enough's been said by my councillor colleagues, Councillor Isaac, Councillor Carr and Faulkner, who's been working throughout this process to get this passed through the residents. And I'm pleased this is the 13th neighbourhood plan in our borough, and our planning policy team will continue supporting neighbourhood plans in our localities to make sure that they have the say on how their local or neighbourhood is shaped. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, are we minded to make this plan? And that's the official wording. Are we agreed? Thank you. We move on to agenda item number 14, a notice of motion. Proposer is Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe this is my first motion before Council, and I hope that it is on a subject that we can all agree on. I'm going to split my speech into 2 parts, the school meals and then the school uniform. Now, I think we are all more than well aware of the current cost of living crisis that is affecting residents of this borough and the country. It's been highlighted many times this evening. Inflation is around 5 times higher than the Bank of England's target rate, and the ONS has reported that many items of food have risen in price, in some cases by as much as 60%. This has led, according to their research, to a little over half of people reducing the amount they spend on food. Unfortunately, as in many cases, those who are least well off tend to suffer more. And this shows, with 60% of people, or 3 in 5 adults, in deprived areas, spending less compared to 44% in areas better off. Across Hampshire, and this doesn't include Portsmouth and Southampton, around 30,000 children currently qualify for free school meals. Yet there are likely many thousands more who are missing out after the government reduced the eligibility criteria for earnings from £16,190 to £7,400. That's my opinion that every child, no matter where they live, should be able to to have a healthy life, including having access to a good diet. For many, the school meal is the one opportunity to have a healthy, balanced, cooked meal in their day. Not eating sufficiently can be detrimental in many ways, but for children, they can have a more significant impact. Research from around the world has shown that children who live in food-insecure families are more likely to suffer from educational losses, and not eating enough means that a child is unlikely to achieve developmental goals or reach their full potential at school. Food insecurities have also been linked to children suffering from anxiety and stress. Investing in a child's ability to eat a healthy meal is important for the short and long term, not only from the child's point of view, but also from an economic stance. Improvements in the ability to focus on learning and reducing absenteeism would likely see improvements to educational attainment and a reduction in need and costs to schools for catch-up programmes. Investing in healthy, nutritious free school meals would likely see savings for the NHS on dealing with the effects of poor diet, malnutrition, etc. In fact, a Price Waterhouse-Cooper study conducted on behalf of Impact for Urban Health, and a thank you to Councillor Basham for sending this across. They highlighted that investing in free school meals just for those families in receipt of universal credit would see a return of investment to the tune of £8.9 billion in core benefits over a 20-year period. And the core benefits are listed as increased cost savings for schools, increased lifetime earnings and contributions, increased savings on food costs for families, and increased NHS savings due to the reduced treatment of childhood obesity. Going further, they also explored the option of providing free school meals to all state school children, which found the return of investment in the same time period jumped to £41.3 billion in core benefits. So as you can see, the impact for providing free school meals are, in my humble opinion, pretty huge, and this motion asks that the government review its criteria to help the children of our borough and the country thrive. Now moving on to the school uniform part of the motion. As many of you may be aware, the government passed the Education Guidance About Cost of School Uniforms Act in 2021. This act mandates schools to consider the cost of school uniform, minimise branded items, and to ensure items are available from suppliers which have evidenced their value for money. However, across many Basingstoke schools, parents are still expected to spend substantial amounts of money on branded items of clothing.
Just under 1 minute.
Thank you. Despite there being cheaper, unbranded alternatives. Sometimes it feels that every time I visit the school supplier for my son's school uniform, I have to consult with a mortgage advisor beforehand to unlock the money required to pay for it all. At one local secondary school, there is a requirement for pupils to wear school-branded blazers, which can cost up to £49, when a reasonable unbranded alternative costs as little as £12. What has this led to, though? Well, according to studies, more than half of parents across the UK are buying second or third-hand items of clothing. And in Basingstoke, many schools themselves already acknowledge the significant cost, and alongside parents have set up school swap shops to exchange clothes and school supplies between each other. An event put on locally called Operation Back to School Basingstoke saw 50 families benefit from back-to-school supplies, but this was only achieved through the kindness and generosity of local people and businesses. Whilst this is welcomed, it should not be considered a viable long-term option to solve the issues that families face today. Mr Mayor, I decided to get into becoming a councillor because I wanted to help the people of the residents of my ward and the borough that I've grown up in. And whilst the requests in the motion are not extravagant, they are designed to help as many residents of our borough during this cost of living crisis and beyond, and hope that all councillors can support these actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Tustain, you're seconding this? Do you speak now or reserve?
I'll reserve, thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor Slimmon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lee, for providing all the statistics so that I didn't have to repeat all of that again. I'm chair of governors at Bishopswood Junior and Infant School, and I support everything that you've said. Our children need to have decent meals. And you might think that places like Tadley and other places haven't got much deprivation. But actually, when we look at the numbers of my school, that of people who are qualifying for free school meals, and when you tell people that they only qualify if the total household income is less than £7,400, how many of you here, that is less than we get as an allowance for a year for being a councillor? So this is an absolute horror, if you like, that we are not allowing children to benefit from a very good solution that was put forward by the Liberal Democrats in the coalition with the Conservative Party. It was one of the things that we did at the time to make sure that children got school meals, a hot meal. I personally would like to see that all children, at least up to age 11, got a free school meal, but I do understand that there is a cost to that. Many parents don't bother claiming it. The difficulty is that the children get free school meal up to the infant's age, and then when they go to the juniors, parents get very embarrassed because they have to fill loads of forms in to actually get the food. I really do think that we ought to support this motion and do something that we can, anything we can, to try and persuade the government to actually revisit the amount that they actually limit people to apply for. Only one contradiction that I would like to add, or an addition, is that the schools, you can ask the schools, or you can tell them about the guidance, and you can have the counties to speak to them, but at the end of the day, it is the decision of the headmaster or head teacher that actually decides whether or not that school will have free school uniforms or not that are branded. In my school, we do exactly what you say. We have a swap shop, and we allow children to either have an unbranded version, or if parents wish to have a badge sewn on it, the parents can buy it. But I would certainly support the motion and think we should do everything we can to make sure that our children in our boroughs aren't going home hungry after a day at school. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cubitt.
Yes, I'd just like to say that I support this motion wholeheartedly. I actually agree with both the previous speakers. I actually think that all children should be given free food. I think it's invidious to have to make people go through forms, and I think it is transformative. I've recently become a governor of a school. I was a governor of Dove House many years ago, for about 5 years, and we've got a new head, and he's started giving the students breakfast for free, and it has transformed their behaviours. And we're talking about children from more tricky issues already. So with regards to the uniform, I also agree it's much more sensible not to have branded, but I think sewing on badges is not a big ask. All my children have always had second-hand clothes, and I'm the queen of charity shops anyways, but I don't think it's bad to have to wear second-hand clothes. I did, my children did. It's not a shame. It's actually a really good way of upcycling. So I will support this motion. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Councillor Basham.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just wanted to draw your attention again to the urban health report that Councillor Lee referred to. It's written by PwC, and it says that for every pound invested in free school meals for people on universal credit, it would generate £1.38 of direct benefits. That excludes ancillary benefits, which I won't bore you with the detail, but and then it goes on to say that if you did universal school meals, it would deliver £1.71 of direct benefits for every pound invested. That sort of analysis really appeals to me. I guess there's an old joke, isn't there, about if you ask an accountant what number, what's the right answer, they'll say, what number do you want, and sort of draw the curtains and close the door and have a conversation with you. But it's a really compelling report and really accessible, and I'd encourage you to read it. I support this motion. My kids wear school uniform, they wear second-hand uniform, they wear new uniform. It's expensive. There's no need for expensive items of school uniform. And, you know, why is the government bothered to pass the legislation? And we're doing Hampshire County Council's job again in asking them to ask local headmasters and mistresses to enforce it. So I fully support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Ganesh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No children should be left out for an opportunity to educate themselves or go to school due to the struggle to find a means to pay for uniform or meals during the day. So I wholeheartedly support the motion and urge my colleagues to work with the Hampshire County Council, who is responsible to provide all these for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to bring to the attention of people who may know this already, that every London primary school pupil is going to get free school meals in the next academic year. It's costing them £130 million, but obviously there are a lot more children in London than there are in Basingstoke. Around 270,000 primary school children, and it saves families in London around £440 per child across the entire academic year. So if London can do it, why can't we? Thank you.
Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to try and put this a little bit in local context, actually, I think it's just important perhaps to reflect on Basingstoke and Dean, as you're rightly pushing. And I thank the Gazette for their work last year to highlight the issues in Basingstoke, because if you take the position currently of child poverty, we are actually in a period of record child poverty in this borough. According to the Department for Works and Pensions, over 4,000 children are aged under 16 living in families with low incomes in our borough. 12% of all youngsters in the area are living in child poverty, according to the DWP figures. That's up from 10.7%. That's up from when records began in 2014 of 8%. It is going at the moment in one direction. And all right, the cost of living crisis has got a lot to do with it, but it is heading in the wrong direction consistently over the past 7 years. And that's significant, and that should be a critical part of our council planning and our future programming of what we can do to affect that. I think that's really important, and I support this motion wholeheartedly. I would also say that in the context of the work that the Gazette did investigating this issue, it was important to raise the fact that of those 0 to 15, 28% of them were aged under 5. Just think about that. 28% of those children living in child poverty in our borough, over 1,000 of them, are aged under 5. That is disgusting and disgraceful, and something we've got to do something about. I support the motion because it's exactly what you're trying to do, and it leads us on to say, so what else do we do? Where do we go next? And what do we do? And who do we go to get a difference made to all those children in our borough?
Councillor Kuznetsko.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This motion was originally proposed back in the December meeting. I'm a local school governor, and I, sort of inspired by this motion, I asked at a recent governor meeting to see how well we were doing against the requirements of the guidance about Cost of School Uniforms Act. There are 3 elements really of this act as far as the school uniforms are concerned. One is to make sure that you minimise as a school the number of unbranded items, which we do pretty well as a school. Actually, we've sort of only got 2 branded items. The second element is to have easily available second-hand uniforms, which again we do. And then the third element is to evidence value for money in terms of the suppliers that you choose for the branded items. And actually we realised that as a school we could probably do better on that third and final point. So we're now running a tender process specifically to see if we can find cheaper school uniforms. So thank you to the proposer and the seconder for this motion. It's already making a difference at one school in the borough, and hopefully after we pass it tonight it will make a difference much more widely as well.
Thank you. I have no more speakers. Councillor Tustin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I think everyone's really already said everything that needs to be said about this. There is one point I wanted to raise. We've talked a lot. We do talk about cost of living. It gets all very much into sort of, and we've looked at lots of accounts and we see lots of figures on paper, and that's all very dry. But one thing I know when I go shopping, that I'm looking at the cost of things and watching things rocket, and that's food shopping and fresh food. And we're also getting problems with fresh food access because of problems that have happened in Africa and in Europe with the weather. I've just had a quick look, and Kantar, who do a lot of grocery monitoring, they apparently, in the 4 weeks to January the 22nd, food inflation is currently running at 16.7%, not 10.1%, 16.7%. And I was talking to a friend of mine, and she actually lives, I would say, a middle income family, you know, quite well off. And we were talking about shopping and what we buy. And one thing she said to me, she says, you know, actually you start looking at things on the shelves and thinking twice about buying them. And I'll give you an example. One thing that I noticed, courgettes, just about courgettes. I went into I shop in Lidl. Lidl's good value. They do excellent prices. But I know my shopping bill there has definitely gone up by about 20%. Courgettes, about a year ago or so, they were about £1.09 a kilo. I watch prices. At the moment, they're about £2.29. Buy a bag of fresh coffee. I like a fresh coffee in the morning. That used to be about £3 odd. That's now over £4, nearly £5. Butter, people are telling me about how much butter costs now. It's really going through the roof. It's absolutely ridiculous how much food is. And people are having to make those decisions, and those decisions they're making will impact the nutritional benefit that their children get. So the other side of this is if children are getting free school meals, they're getting monitored and managed good nutritional benefits from a hot meal in the day. And that, as we've heard about the benefits, the financial benefits, the economic benefits to the country, go way beyond the cost of actually just providing those meals. So please support this motion. It sounds like we're going to have everyone supporting it anyway. And as for school uniform, just to add on that one, yes, I agree. My kids had second-hand stuff. It was passed down. I totally have no problem with that. But again, there's no need for things to be expensive and priced that makes children feel awkward if they feel they're looking shabbier than other people. The whole point of uniform is a great leveller. It allows children to feel part of a community. It enables them to look smart at school, and it gets rid of all those differences and levels the field for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lee for summing up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think there's much to sum up. What I will say, though, is, and thank you, Councillor Konietzko, for your words there. Many people within my party, and I think the Cabinet have heard me say a few times about my concerns about why I bother being a councillor when it doesn't feel like I'm actually achieving anything. To hear that tonight actually, reinforces the point as to why I bother now. So thank you very much, and yeah, let's see where we can go from here.
Thank you. I have a feeling that this is to be agreed across the chamber. Are you agreed? Agreed. The motion is carried. Move on to agenda item 15. I'll just remind everybody, the questions from the members of the council on notice. The question number 2 from Councillor Slimin, I think I've now addressed, and everybody in this council, if they have particular issues, to approach the Democratic Services team, and the monitoring officer will be taking up one of the other questions. So, question number 1, Councillor Mumanali.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Spencer Park in Sinclair Drive, where it is in my ward, Mr. Mayor, was partially fenced off since 2020 after our safety officers found that the play area and public open space near the park was sinking. This BDBC adopted park was out of use for more than 2 years. Through your good self, Mr. Mayor, may I know when it will be fixed and why it took so long? Thank you.
And that will be answered by Councillor Eachus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The importance of play areas is well recognised, and I understand the frustration of your local residents that Spencer Park has been partially fenced off for some considerable time and the inconvenience that has been caused. Monies have now been allocated in the capital programme to carry out works to fix these issues. The situation has been of a complex nature and has taken some time to resolve as a result of this. Many investigations had to be carried out to establish the cause of the sinking, and then we had to establish responsibility with our legal teams and insurers. We couldn't just accept responsibility. We must, where possible, hold developers to account to ensure proper development to avoid these things happening in the future. Works are now scheduled to be undertaken during 2023-2024 and will be commenced as a matter of urgency. But I must just note that these will be subject to procurement processes, but officers are aware of the urgency.
Supplementary question, Councillor?
Nothing. Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Move on to question number 3. Councillor Radigan.
As per the order paper.
Thank you. Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll keep it short. Up and down the country, I think one of the rather disturbing impacts of the pandemic and lockdown has been what I would call the rubbish litter explosion that we have seen, and I absolutely take our responsibilities very seriously as one of the litter authorities locally, but there is also something about encouraging and cajoling our residents to take responsibility for their litter. I do think we suffer with it specifically locally because we have some very, very large and significantly used A roads. There is something about putting resource focus not only into collecting that litter and enforcing any fines that are needed, but also getting our residents to understand, and I think very often these are the same residents that will talk to us about climate change, about carbon, but actually perhaps don't understand the damage that litter does. So I absolutely agree with the spirit of the question, Councillor Ratigan, and absolutely will work really closely both with our officers and the officers of the County Council. But of course there is also something very important that we consider, which of course is the risks involved on those A roads when it comes to litter picking. Thank you.
Councillor Radigan, supplementary.
Just very quickly, Mr. Mayor, there is a community action day on the Monday of the coronation, and I wonder if you would ensure that there is an encouragement to pick up litter on that day across the borough.
Sounds great. I'm sure the King would love it.
Thank you very much. Question 4, Councillor Slimming.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question I inadvertently sent to the wrong person, but obviously the officers realise it should be the Cabinet Member of Environment and Climate Action. So I suggest to her that when she speaks to me, that she speaks so that I can hear the answer, because I might have a supplementary. Thank you. What is written on the paper is before you, but perhaps if I give you a bit of background as to why I'm asking this particularly. I'm a member of the Tally Environment Group, and we have been very concerned about pollution and pollution levels in the town. And I think mainly a lot of us have been concentrating on what happens about pollution coming out of cars. But obviously there are other forms of pollution. And this particular week, beginning the 31st of January, I was contacted by a member of resident who actually had considerable concerns about a possibly illegal, I can't say it is or isn't, but a burner in a house. And it just happened that the article, which I refer to here in the Times, was actually published the next day. So, of course, the residents all believed that that was applying to us. However, I would be very grateful for the clarification about the number of actual prosecutions that we've managed to get under the legislation that does apply to us, and whether or not the legislation that now has been approved under the Environment Act 2012, Schedule 12, under Schedule 1A, where there is allowed to be fines for people who pollute in certain areas. Thank you.
Councillor Eustace.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll answer the question that was on the papers. The fines referred to are not available for this council to use. These fines can only be issued by those councils who have smoke control areas designated in their boroughs. They are a tool for councils to respond to persons in breach of the prohibitions of a smoke control area, and our borough has no smoke control areas. However, that said, we do of course recognise the importance of tackling air pollution and the impact that smoke can have on residents, and we run a campaign each year providing advice to people who have wood burners on steps should they take to minimise the impact of others and provide useful information on our website. In the event the council obtains evidence of air pollution issues or offences, these will be dealt with in line with council's enforcement policies and those powers available in the Environmental Protection Act and the Clean Air Act. We have not had cause to prosecute anyone on this basis in the time frame referred to. If anyone is seriously affected by smoke from domestic burning, they should contact the council's environmental health team. The environmental health team has always responded promptly and will usually visit the location a couple of times and can work with residents and write to them to prevent the pollution. Councillor Slimming did mention a specific matter which wasn't in the question, but I was made aware of, and on that occasion I know that the environmental health team were really helpful. They went round to the property, they spoke to the resident, they wrote to the resident, and given those actions the resident was then aware of the pollution and they haven't had any complaints since. So our environmental health team will work hard if allegations are made to work to educate residents and assist them in tackling air pollution.
Thank you. Supplementary?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Councillor, for being clear about what the response was, even if it isn't in writing. I do appreciate, because I did actually go and check that this was indeed not covered by us, because we don't have any clean air zones. And obviously that's going to be very disappointing when I speak to my residents tomorrow, having asked the question, and we'll go back to them, because obviously they still have concerns.
You are time limited, Councillor. You've got 30 seconds.
My question is, will the Cabinet member and the new officers that are going to come on the Environment and Health team actually consider whether or not we ought to be a clean air zone in Basingstoke and Chadley? I know they're not going to give me a reply now, Mr. Mayor, but I hope that they can go away and come back with an answer. Thank you.
Councillor Eustis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have no smoke control areas. We have a policy whereby we tackle climate change, and if there are people concerned about smoke polluting the air, they contact the Environmental Health team, and under the Environmental Act and the Clean Air Act, we have powers to do something. So I think what we've got in place at the moment, and I think the situation Councillor Slimming referred to when one of her residents did make a complaint, our environmental health officers were on it, doing things and working with the residents to sort things out straight away. So I think that's a congratulations to them and shows that we do take these issues seriously, and we do have some powers to do other stuff, but it's good that we don't have smoke control areas in the borough at the moment. We don't need them, but we've got a whole team of people checking and the powers if we need to.
Thank you. Question 5, Councillor Putty.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Oh, Councillor Slimming, you got it. As per the order paper.
Leader.
Thank you, Councillor Putty. I'm sure it will come as a great relief to the residents in your ward that we have adopted our new council plan. Of course, the adoption of Old Down as LNR is mentioned very specifically in the council plan. It will be added to our work stream on LNRs because, of course, we do have many and we have a process to implement them, but I commit to keeping you updated with progress. Many people enjoy Old Down. One of the things that I enjoy most when I go and enjoy Old Down is, of course, is being served a cup of coffee in the Beggarwood Cafe by Councillor Putty.
Supplemental.
I am actually delighted to hear that, Leader, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on, question 6, Councillor Jeans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question for the Cabinet Member for Homes and Regeneration. Further to the Development Control Committee's recent refusal of the development at 180 Culver Road, can you update us on what the council plan is moving forward? Thank you.
Lovely. I thank Councillor Jeans for her question. Sam has been a powerful champion for Brookvale and Kings Furlong on the future of 180 Culver Road. Following the decision of DCC in 2022 and Two Saints' subsequent confirmation that they would not appeal, Sam asked me to investigate an alternative affordable homes regeneration proposal. So as a result, officers from the Borough Council and the County Councils have been working together with Sovereign on plans to regenerate the site with a new affordable housing scheme. So Sovereign will shortly bring forward a proposal comprising two-storey affordable houses with private gardens and a highly sustainable design. And I can confirm to the Council that we will have 100% nomination rights.
Supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can the portfolio holder reassure me that the council's partners will engage neighbours and consult with the local community on these proposals and when they can expect something? Thank you.
Councillor Carr.
Given the public interest in 180 Culver Road, I've highlighted to Sovereign the importance of engagement on these plans. The scheme has already been presented to the local ward members, Councillor Muhammad and Councillor Jeans. It's anticipated that a planning application will be submitted in the spring. Councillors can be assured that consultation with Culver Road residents will take place prior to an application being submitted.
Thank you for that. Moving to question 7, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question was answered this morning in a meeting with the Chief Executive and other officers. I'd like to thank them for their time. Unfortunately, there is no justification for a judicial review in this case. As a result of this, sadly, 88 hectares of agricultural land in Bramley will be lost to an industrial development. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to question 8. If that question has been answered, Councillor Frost.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say that my question on 24 Swan Street, okay, which is an asset of community value in my ward of Kingsclear, okay, is as per the order paper.
And Councillor Isaacs, are you taking this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Frost. I have certainly taken note of your campaign and that of other ward councillors and Kingsclear Parish Council following the registration of this building as an asset of community value. My visits and meetings with you and local people have convinced me of the good uses that the Kingsclear community want to bring to 24 Swan Street, in addition to the splendid existing dance school. It is planned to bring a report to Cabinet on March the 7th, recommending the sale of the building and providing for a 6-month window for the community interest group to purchase at a price discounted against open market value because of the clear social and economic benefits to Kingsclear.
Thank you. Supplemental.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's a very quick supplemental, and I'd like to thank Councillor Isaac for saying or giving the answer that he's done so. But in an email that he gave to me some time ago, it was that the building will be sold for market value less a considerable discount. Does he have any idea about what he means by a considerable discount, please?
I do, but it's best left to officers to discuss with a community interest group, not for me to be involved in. We do have a responsibility as a council to get best value for our assets, but as I've said to you, there is a significant social and economic benefit, I think, in this, and so I really do hope that terms can be agreed and that 24 Swan Street becomes a community facility.
Thank you very much. Move on. Question 9, Councillor Gaskell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a question for the Leader of the Council. Can the Leader update the Council on his discussions regarding the mooted council deal? Can he reassure us that he does not support a single Pan-Hampshire devolution deal that would cover the whole of the county, or which would involve an elected leader? Thank you.
Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Where to start with such a large topic with such a short space of time? I think it's fair to say if, and I don't know the figures, 100 million, an extra 200 million is offered from government, we should of course work together as local authorities across our patch for the betterment of our residents. There have been many discussions. I have to say there is little agreement across the patch, even though there have been many discussions. I don't support the concept of an elected leader, but one of the things that I would like to see in any developing proposals is, and I think it's really important that I put this on record, that any investment should have the economic centres of Southampton, Portsmouth and Basingstoke at its core by design. And that what we all know is acknowledged, that Basingstoke and Deane Borough Council are best placed to lead on our own geographical area. I am happy to work with the leadership of the County Council on that basis, and also on a basis where we are one of equal partners.
Thank you. Supplementary?
No supplementary. Thank you.
Thank you. Move to agenda item number 16. Questions to Chair of Cabinet and or a committee. Are there any questions? If there are no other questions, that is the end of the agenda, and I close this meeting at 10:25. Members, can I thank you very much? The Budget Council meeting is notorious in its reputation for going on for a long time, but you did it very well tonight, and we got out at a reasonable time. Thank you very much, and see you next month.